let's talk about session 15 that we titled Clearing Names, Sniffing Ass, Finding God. For various reasons, there were hijinks. If you watch the video, you'll witness some of these hijinks. Most of them happened in the last 45 minutes, but
Yep.
nonetheless, they did finally clear their name, or it's at least in the process of your name being cleared
And
because of what
sniff it,
Altifar.
and sniff ass. And
There's a
God.
you did talk to a god last session too. Two different gods, three different gods last session. So, but nonetheless, last session is we start on the early mornings of the second to last day of the month, the 19th day of light. And the group is convened at Squirmy's Tavern, Pio's personal drinking abode. Pio being the 10th house binder lord and master patron to such, who has helped you guys kind of arrange the Altapar situation. You awake early this morning. Eros undresses and begins to cook breakfast for everyone. Birdman is doused with beer to awaken him. Strike and Eros assist in the chaos of that while Setch arrives and sees this oddity of a morning ritual.
I just know that this session's gonna get fucking weirder than that. I'm never gonna like.
Can you feel it in your bones?
Maybe we'll see.
I'm in a particularly weird mood today.
Cotton, we roleplayed, stayed with the children mostly last session, other than the time that the attack was going on. Narratively, Mel was just kind of absent. People didn't really know what was going on with Mel. A messenger is sent within this breakfast time from your new cleric friend, Onric, who you guys have discussed, is going to try to perform the gentle repose ritual on Adira's body. And there's, basically just saying he's ready, you guys can send. And then there's this ethereal face that appears for Eros and Strike of Adira that the others kind of like notice happen, but don't really see the face themselves, with perception checks not being high enough, that is. And they decide, after much discussion, eventually to go to the priest's place first and kind of get that situated. Along the way there, Strike attempts to ask Chitin, the spirit that has emboldened him and kind of given his unearthly rage to him, kind of what to do with this whole situation. And there's a general just shrug of shoulders. You guys enter the Sixth House district and find Onric's ancient church filled with iconography and symbolism of the old days of the Animaesus, of deities and powers long forgotten 200-300 years in the past. And now the iconography is taken over by this religion called that's the followers of the Monad. There's not really a god they worship, it's more of a creed that they follow. But nonetheless, Onric is connected to both the ancient and the new world kind of Animaesus interpretations, and begins the ritual while Eros kind of sings a song to calm everyone's nerves and kind of connect to the divine, I think, in a way. And Strike yet again goes into some introspective guidance in a way, trying to see what Chitin maybe can help with Adira's spirit. And Birdman kind of just joins in both the silence and the reverie from Eros eventually. It is at this point that Strike is possessed by Adira, who has become a ghost in undead form. At least in this scene, it seems she's kind of bound in between this crossroads in the afterlife where she has promised an oath, being that of she is a paladin, to that of this ancient being called Eche, and but she is now being pulled back by this ritual to guard her spirit after she's already traversed and rejected the pressures of the god of death, and kind of trying to make her this undead creature. The ghost is kind of that compromise that happened between the gods and the powers that are keeping her both in the material and beyond in the ethereal at the same time. And with some coercion and discussion, you eventually figure out that if she chooses to return to her material body, she would break the oath that she made to this primordial being, Eche. And she is willing to go forth for that, but she would come back as a level 3 oathbreaker, is basically what they understood. And they agree that it's probably best to let Adira go to this primordial being, understanding that he is using her spirit for a greater purpose. She returns towards the end after the ritual is finished, and it's obvious it's not working. And you all see her full adult, no longer a child, adorned in ritualistic plate armor and a shield etched with these runes of these ancient primordial beings, and has been sent on some quest in the ethereal plane to assist Eche and these other primordials with thwarting the god of death, is the best you guys can understand. And this is not Kalimvor. This is the current god of death, Iconero. Player knowledge to most of you. It was really just Birdman and Strike and Eros with Onric and Adira at this kind of ritual. The kids were being kept back at Pio's tavern to be kept safe. He kind of narrated that Cotton probably was at the ritual, but we didn't know what to do with Cotton with the connection with that, but was probably there to witness all of these things I just described. And then the party meets back up on a few blocks away, minus Mel, outside her place to have a brief discussion about what they're going to do. This is at this point where I think Vedwin lost internet connection about during this scene, I think. But in the transition, we discussed, well, they kind of needed counterspell, so we had such kind of follow along for counterspell purposes.
That was all right.
And so they come to Mel's place and find that Mel's absent, and as best as in simplest terms, Altapar has taken it upon himself to just wait inside and is like literally broken into Mel's place for her to return. And he's like, obviously this isn't a big deal for this noble man, and he has his entourage and whatnot here. The group notices a couple people waiting outside, and they decide to kind of split up, where Eros goes to befriend these wolves that are being, I don't know, trained around by this henchman of Altapar's. And in the middle of that, Strike and Birdman engage with this disguised quote-unquote demon that they eventually figure out once they rip off his skin. is working for with Altapar isn't quite clear at this point. And in the ensuing chaos and breaking through windows, strike, and everyone's very easily able to chase down Altapar. Like you guys, like it was smooth like butter. Like okay, and you capture Altapar, knock him out, drag him back bound, to Pio's tavern. You start to like pit roast him above the fire like a pig at Pio's tavern and start to interrogate him about his connections to 12th house. That's what Pio wants the most. Um, Eventually, Eros is forced to use detect thoughts just to finally get some clear answers from Altapar about his connections to the Drow in the 12th house and how the Drow have used him. He's slowly figured out in his own way to be this. His soul is a barter token to the god of death to ensure the matron of the Drow 12th house, one of the matrons, it's not quite clear who yet, can not die. Like it's like she's made this trade, so to speak. So if Altapart dies, then that trade is sealed, and everything kind of goes. So the party kind of elected to keep Altapar alive for now. They chop off his hands though, so he cannot cast magic as he understands it now. He has to kind of relearn somatic components, I guess. And they figure out that he helped them additionally with his research and his own magical power begin to locate this ancient artifact underneath the city. The artifact, it's not clear what it does by what you guys have learned so far, but the Drow want it. The 12th house wants it to gain control of the city, for whatever purposes. And then we spent the rest of the session kind of going through his stuff. What Altapar had on him, at least. He had some magic items that need identified. They figured out with some detect magic and things like that. They just don't know exactly what they do. And then he had a magic staff, a magic cloak, and a wand. And then arrows about after later on this towards the end. There was some odd discussion with Pio about sniffing ass. I don't know. I have to watch it again, but it was really weird. But eventually they decided to contact Mistra, the goddess of magic, and Eros barters with Mistra, the goddess of magic, for Altapar's soul to not be owned by the god of death. Mistra agrees. They just don't know. You guys don't know what any of this means beyond, you need to keep Altapar alive for now. And then Birdman goes to exchange some money at one of the local taverns to get some of the coins of gems turned into gold and silver.
How did Eros talk to a god?
Sending.
Sending. The spell sending. Yeah, if it's not on the material plane, it's a 5% chance of it not working. So it worked. And Maestro is a good goddess, so I elected that she would respond back. She was cryptic nonetheless. She said she would help. That's the gist of what you got. But
It's very funny.
yeah, it was not at all what I expected. Contact a god. Sending was also used as a better version of Speak with Animals with the wolves. I thought that was a very cool way to use sending in combat to convince wolves to not eat you. It worked. That was last session. So we're gonna pick up this session. Let me change the day. The equivalent of long rest has happened. You guys have had at least 8 hours of time since all this has gone down to settle things. You dealt with Aldapar relatively early in the morning, so it's we elected that you guys would just kind of take the rest of the evening to just chill and whatnot. So it's like the next day, early morning. And I imagine during that time you guys would have. I'm just gonna narrate that you guys kind of agreed to meet to kind of debrief with everyone because not all of you were engaged in the Altapar situation, and some of you may have information of other things that you might want to share or discuss. So my question to the group is, where would you guys like to meet up together at 9 in the morning for breakfast to kind of debrief, or is that not what you want to do? I just figured since the party was kind of split up last time, that would make sense.
Sure, maybe at the tavern, the soup tavern. What was it? What was it called?
The Herald's Tavern?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, that is the tavern in question.
We could meet up there. I mean, Cotton. I think it would still be funny if Cotton kind of stole things from Altapass, since I don't know where he went.
I got things. I got things.
Is he like with the group? Is he like I don't know, being kept somewhere?
Well, last we checked, he was tied up above a pot.
He was tied up above a pot, and he's not moving from there. But in the midst of him being tied up among a pot, Cotton, I guess we could just say now, Cotton has learned in the last 12 hours the constituents of the 10th house who were his allies and the 12th house have used the laws to kind of take his wizard's abode, his tower, and have started to look through things. There is a situation that's been developing there throughout the day, that insinuates that they're having issues with claiming all of what used to belong to Altapar. But it was by Aldebar making the move that he did to involve Mel in 2 sessions ago when Mel was last here, and him hiring the people he did hire that you guys slew from the 12th house. The 12th house has already kind of politically blocked him. Like, they are kind of blacklisting him, for lack of a better way to put it, and trying to clean house. They're treating his wizard's tower as if it's like an embassy of theirs in another part of a country, even though it's like just a different part of the city a few blocks down. Like, they're claiming it as theirs, and PO is not one to do open war. So he's not gonna openly challenge something like this without and risk a bunch of lives for those things. So it's a consistently developing issue at this moment that you guys can continue to be involved in if you wish.
Consider legal action taken.
So you guys could roll an investigation check or perception check or persuasion check, depending on how you want to approach how you would learn about this in the last day, if you want to gain more information about Altapar's holdings being taken, quote unquote, by the government.
Does my natural explorer have to do with this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
You choosing that urban thing just...
I did good, man. I made a good decision. Oh, it's not a great roll, but it's, oh, man. That would be a 14 with the extra.
Okay.
I have been at the bank for like hours.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's
It
fair.
was lines and then counting and then more counting and then more lines and then paperwork.
I've been
and
literally cashing all of our welfare checks.
then- Okay. Well, the best you can get is they have cleared the. That's enough. I was looking for DC 12. You don't know many specifics beyond this. That they have cleared his tower and have taken all the valuables that they see fit. There is something about his basement that they're asking the stage courts to basically, what's the word, condemn it. And you don't know the specifics of why. It's obviously something very dangerous that they found. But you generally get the impression that there is a huge disappointment as well from what they found in his tower. So, like, they haven't found the real valuables yet. So, they're trying to probably condemn the area to therefore circumvent later and maybe figure out another way down there without having to deal with whatever the crazed wizard has done.
I see. That's far more complicated than Cotton expected, I guess. Wow.
When you give Seth a week to think about something.
Mayhaps you just break it.
Mayhaps you break it.
I mean, Cotton like can't do magic, so if this wizard man has somehow hidden his valuables.
You're generally getting the Cotton, roll me an insight check.
Mm.
Insight or survival.
Oh, bad roll.
That's a bad roll.
This is gonna-
Wizards make magic stuff, and they usually hide it in places. They usually hide it in places that's the hardest to get to. So maybe what these people found is really his hidey hole, and they just don't know that's what they found.
But I don't think Cotton has the means to open such a hidey hole.
You are a thief. You know, like whatever's down there, trap or whatnot, it's what you were made for. They probably just
Maybe she will. But she wanted to use this as a learning for the
You're
kids.
I would also say with your perception checks, you guys know that they have sent multiple groups down there, and no one has been successful
Hmm.
in the last 12 hours. Like they've
They
sent
have.
2 different groups of drow down there, and they haven't been successful. Like they've come back, not all of them though.
Wow.
And another way to put this, you got a dungeon on your hands. If you guys want to go in the dungeon, you can go in the dungeon.
The dungeon sounds fun. I feel like we should get the key to the dungeon so nobody else could go down there. So that
Yes.
one day we could go down there and see what's down there.
I'm guessing Altapar isn't with us. I'm guessing he was sent to PO. Or something.
He's left at PO with PO unless you guys have.
Fuck no.
I was gonna say, I mean, we could ask him what's down there too. Probably won't answer, but we could ask him.
You do have an Eros that could attempt to read his mind.
Yeah.
Could I
I
also
get that
gag
now.
the shit out of him so he can't like do verbal components?
we cut his
He's
He's gagged.
All right, good.
He's gagged. His hands are cut off.
We thought about everything.
They
His hands are
stole.
cut off?
Oh yeah, we
Yes.
cut his hands off.
Oh
yeah.
They used multiple healing
Wha-
spells to make sure he's
wow.
okay.
This is why you don't leave the 3 of us alone.
I thought
he
you
was-
would have just like tied him up, but
Hell no, he's a wizard. We cut his fucking hands off.
Cut his hands off. They stole his wizard book and then siphoned part of it to summon a sending spell to talk to Mistra.
And then we're gonna pawn the rest of it.
Yeah, we're gonna pawn the rest of
That'd
it.
be great.
So,
We do have a cloak for sets though. Maybe. if you
Whoa,
want to.
yeah. Whoa, no, we have a staff for sets though.
Oh, staff. I didn't remember which one it was.
Yeah, we have a staff for you. So we have plunder for everybody if they want to look through it. We
there's
just
a
have to get
magic.
it-
There's a wand, a staff, and a cloak.
I just have to go get it
Altabar
identified.
have. You don't know what any of them do.
I
They
just
know
have-
though. They know the staff cast banishment.
I
'cause
just
he tried
have-
to banish Strike.
I just
So-
have errands to run.
Just have errands to run, though.
Yeah, and then when we figure it out, we'll all convene and we'll talk about it.
Okay, so I just wanted, yeah, that was the map where they tied him up. But okay, let's go to I guess the Herald's Tavern.
I do have a quick opening scene for Eris waking up before we get to the tavern, though.
Okay, yeah, narrate. Go ahead if you want to narrate. Yeah.
So, I think after. So, Eris wakes up. I'm not going to roll for it, just say she has put on some very, very basic clothing. T-shirt and pants for once. And she waits outside of Birdman's door. Well, no, she waits at the table, just sitting there. She doesn't cook anything, and eventually, just waiting for the Birdman to walk out.
He comes out eventually. I mean, I don't know what I have to do this morning. I mean, I imagine like in the last couple of hours, maybe yesterday. Well, I probably went and got all of our money. So today is a brand new, fresh day. Because after we killed Altapar the day before that, or the day literally after we tortured him and cut his hands off, I went and sold all of our shit, got all of our money. So I probably have to just go identify that shit today. So I just come out, like, what's up?
And as Eros looks at you,
I notice your strange choice of clothing.
her eyes, before she even gets a chance to speak, her eyes flash
I notice
purple,
I'm wearing my suit.
and oh wow, okay. So you hear in your head, "Morning."
Morning.
I'm trying to say things with my mouth, but it's not coming out. I don't know why.
Ooh, what do you mean?
Oh, you hear me in your head, right?
Well, yes.
Her mouth is not moving.
Well, yes, obviously I can hear you in my head. That's why I'm speaking to you like this. You can hear me in your head, yes.
When have I ever talked to you without a sending spell before?
I honestly have not give you a time in which you have not spoken to me with the usage of magic. What are you doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Is this a trick?
This isn't a trick. I swear. I don't know. I was sleeping, and after what happened,
He pulls out a notepad and starts writing. Sleeping, yes.
after that weird thing that happened last night to my body.
Wait a minute, which one? The one where we cut off Altapar's hands, or the one where you spoke to a god?
No.
Never mind, don't answer that question.
The part where my entire body, flashed with something.
Yeah, I snap at you, like, for real. Yes. Yeah, okay. Keep writing.
Hey, I could somehow, I don't know. I felt something weird, like my magic on an arcane weave of energy just flowing around me, and
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm trying to figure it out. It just happened, and now I can't. Now I'm talking to you in your head, and I'm not even using a sending spell, and I don't
Damn it.
understand.
Damn it, Eros, I'm a lawyer, not a magicist, okay? I don't know how to do this shit. Just work here.
Well, look, I don't expect you to understand, or I don't understand either.
'Cause I don't.
We, we're going to the Herald's Tavern to talk to the others about.
Wait, everybody's gone?
Well, it was kind of some notes passed around.
What fucking time is it? He just looks up, like, throws his hands up.
It was while you were at the Coin Star, okay?
What fucking time is it?
Soon you realize that when you're in the Coin Star, time just deteriorates into
I was
nonsensicalness.
gone for 3 hours. I stood in line.
The Coin Star is like the Feywild. You roll a dice, and
Oh
you
my
could be gone
God.
hours, you could be gone days.
Can we please make that a
Fucking
real?
amazing. It's how it works in real life.
I was only gone for 3 hours. What are you talking about?
You were actually gone for 22.
Yeah, I was actually gone for like a day and a half.
Look, while you were doing things, some messages were sent around, and we're reconvening at the Herald's Tavern for.
Okay.
Look, I don't know. I just felt. I think something tells me this is gonna last for another 7 hours.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it feels like the connection range is also within a mile.
I
as
can't
well.
talk to you like this for several hours. I can't just awkwardly stare at you for several hours. Do you know what the group will think of me if I stare at you awkwardly for 7 hours?
Well, I'll be staring at you awkwardly for 7 hours.
You always stare at me awkwardly for multiple hours.
Have I?
I can't go to the tavern looking like this. See, look down. I'm wearing my suit. I was ready to do fucking errands today. I have work to do today. I wore the suit.
Well,
If I go to the tavern in my suit, everyone will laugh at me. They'll look at me weird.
I don't think they will.
I think they will.
No, let's what if I throw some grease on it?
Don't you dare touch my suit. I mean, it doesn't really matter. My suit is tattered as fuck. Anyway,
I can mend it. I can clean it afterwards. It's
we don't
fine.
have time. Wait, hold on. I can't go to the look. Listen, that's not the point. I feel like I'm gonna have to stab somebody today. Am I gonna have to stab someone today? I had
Maybe.
legitimate business I had to take care of this morning.
And
Maybe.
we can discuss all the business potentials.
I don't want to get blood on my suit.
You don't have to. Maybe. I don't know. Let's just go to the tavern.
Okay, let's just go to the tavern. Hang on, let me change my tie.
As you change your tie, Eros goes to the front door, and you open the door, and on the outside of the door, there's a note with folded piece of parchment, obviously, a seal that looks like a spider web, and then the initials SB.
All right, Eros. I figured that the blood would look better on the black tie and not on the blue tie. So we're wearing the black tie again today.
Well, yeah. Black and red. It's always a combination. I think I just got a letter from Shallow Butter.
Oh, that's fun. Are we gonna read that now, or do you want to read that aloud to the class?
Fuck the class.
Ah, fuck the class indeed. Let's go to the tavern. I want to get drunk.
Okay, you will start going to the tavern.
We go to the tavern.
Do you read the note or do you save it?
I'll read it now.
Oh, we read it now? Okay.
Okay. Excuse me, I had to burp. My dear friend, we have fallen out of touch for circumstances out of both of our control. I have my... What's the word? I have my matron who would still be interested in a performance later this week. I was hoping to meet up. I also hear you've adopted. I would love to meet the new child.
Adopted.
And then there's like an address for you to like where you can send a return.
Okay. Oh god, I gotta put all these things back up. Ugh, numbers. I send a quick sending spell to her. Sorry, was clearing my name, sniffing some ass. Really busy. I'll be getting to making the arrangement soon. Just need some time. Fuck out the part.
She looked like she had to struggle with that one.
Did you say fuck Altapar or talk?
No, I said fuck out the part.
Okay, I was just making sure I heard that correctly. Okay.
She seems to have
Indeed, the Altapars are fucked. Don't wait too long. She is not patient.
I really hope that fucking Marcelo is done with that outfit. You hear in your head, Birdman.
Birdman, you're gonna hear everything. Oh, I love it. Okay.
You-
By this point, we'll say, you guys are kind of outside the tavern while you guys were doing this, more or less, or close to enough being outside the tavern. You guys can place yourselves in the tavern if you want to place yourself inside the tavern. If you say,
If we walk in the tavern,
Uh,
like, does everybody do that saloon thing where they stop and turn?
because
one of
of
these weird
you three and what you three have done, yes.
All
Oh,
right.
I need to open the door. That would make sense. No, you can't enter the tavern. That
What do you mean, it's place of business?
would make too much sense.
So
Um,
if I'm standing next to Eros, what Eros, what you hear in your brain when I walk in is, Greendar, fantastic. Give me the cheapest alcohol that I can drink and keep the soup coming. I rather enjoy your soup. The rest of the group just hears, "What's up, sluts? I'm back."
What do you do with children?
Children are with Cotton, I think, and Cotton is enjoying a delicious glass of milk.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay.
she, I don't know, raises her paw in recognition as Baron screams, "What's up, sluts? I'm back." I don't know.
So you and Strike have brought the children here for like breakfast.
Yes.
Okay. And a friend of yours has bought your breakfast for you.
Mm.
Who he has just 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 happens to be here. It just happens.
Yeah.
You know, to be here. He doesn't have magical powers that might give him other information. No. And then you guys come in, he pays you a little mite, he's just sitting at the bar. But the kids have big heaps of Tarask meat and big goblets of water, bowls of milk, whatnot. It's a lot of food, and there seems to be it is the 4th day of 10 of the blood festival, so people have are here trading not only gold for food, but also the blood that they've gathered from the severings that have happened, the 3 that have happened previously. in the festival so far. So there are people with like buckets and
Oh, it probably smells horrible.
different bowls and things like that, and then like the people that look like this table, especially these group of like cockroach men, they look all covered and stained with blood. So do these rat people back here, as well. A lot of people at the bar, the Butori, and a couple of the other Coleoptids, they almost look like they've swam in it the last couple of days, and some people have. Well, you guys have been underneath ground and also just taking care of business, so to speak. There is a larger table still open in the corner where you guys can pull up some chairs to where Strike and Rogar and Cotton have kind of taken some of the smaller tables in the center. And I assume the rest of you can narrate, and I would like the group to talk a little bit, I guess. Like find their way back together after being separate of like what's going on. Debrief. You guys have this situation, and you all have the curiosity in your mind of the situation yesterday with Altapar. Was not how it was planned by any means. Didn't go at all how it was planned. So there is the steps of that. And Mel, part of your house got destroyed in the fight. So
Good to know.
We trash your house.
a window, a door, and a chair. It wasn't too bad. It could have been a lot worse. A window and a door and a chair.
Most of the
Yeah, it's easy to fix. It'll be fine.
We didn't have entry into your house. We killed him outside of your house.
Yes, he.
so-
I tried to get him outside the house before they started to kill him. That was me on purpose, because I was like, no, they're gonna throw him into a wall, or he's gonna launch a fireball. It's just gonna like. Yeah. Well, there we go. So, yeah, you guys take the scene away, and I will intrude where I see fit.
Cotton's dipping her part in milk, kind of looking over at Bertman and Eris as they're sitting, I guess, across the room. And then she decides to stand up and walk over and sits down rather like, I guess, heavily, flops down on the chair. So, what the fuck happened yesterday?
What the fuck did happen?
You kick some ass. Althea has run over and is like, has a plate of food and is like eating with you guys, like trying to be a big girl.
Birdman looks at you and says, "Fuck happened yesterday."
Well,
Hmm.
let's see. Out. Our previous employer is
You ruined my sex life.
now in custody. Shit, sorry. It's let me write this down. And she like grabs some jam on the table.
Wow, you're really
And-
fucking this one up for everyone, aren't you? Huh? You're really not having a good time today, are you? Really not having a good
Look.
time.
Don't give me shit.
Really not having a good time.
I'm under a lot of pressure.
I
And
can
she
see
like
that.
puts her hand into the jam and starts writing out on the table itself that
Real good one. Real nice. Good job. I
Writing
have
out,
paper, you know.
Cotton
Oh.
just watches.
she like
As
gets
if
out like one word
It's such a bad time.
before she like turns to Birdman and takes like some paper from him and a pen. And then writes down that they got Altapar, but can't kill him because his soul is on offer. And so I talked to a god to help get his soul claimed before he dies. And there's also an ancient artifact underneath the city that we need to go deal with.
This is written in jam on the table.
No, this is written in paper.
This is now on paper.
Birdman has now picked up a knife and scraped the jam off the table and eaten it.
Okay. All right, so that's taking you a moment to write that out. Okay.
Yeah. While
Right.
I'm cleaning up the jam as slow as possible.
So you hear scraping and
spreading it.
slurping of jam while this writing's going on. Althea's humming to herself as she's eating her breakfast.
I offer Althea some jam,
And you guys see Setch and Mel kind of walk in, we'll say. Kind of happen
Mel
one
is
before the other.
disguised.
Okay, so you
We'll
don't see
say.
Mel. But is Setch Setch...
He just looks like he normally does.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if you're going to use magic or not, too. Alright, so... cool. When you have 3 casters, they can all disguise themselves in various ways, whether through invisibility or just fucking with people. It's just... I love it. Okay, so Mel is disguised as just an average woman. Okay. Average worker lady. Alright, so... You guys see over in the corner... Well, first you probably see the kids just eating with Strike, just enjoying being amongst the kids, I'll say for now. And then he probably points when he sees Setch come into the room to the corner, and you look around the corner and see Eros has some piece of paper, and Birdman's doing something with jam on a table. You're not really sure what he's doing.
Oh shit. Setch will probably walk up to the table and be like, "Well, fuck, that was a..." Scratch his head. That was a fight and a half.
He offers you, like, Birdman turns to you with like the butter knife full of jam, and he's like,
Yeah.
he points at it.
I'm good, thank you. You enjoy.
Whatever, loser. And just like
These tables are not the cleanest. I'm just
no,
gonna
they're
say.
so gross.
The Herald's Tavern's, it's not the best one out there.
Whatever, loser.
And also, Setch is drinking for the first time. He hasn't drunken at all, being near Pio or in that bar at all. This is the first time
Birdman
he's,
looks
like,
at your drink and says, "What the fuck?" He just like points like, "What the hell?" I can't believe this man. He bought a drink. He bought a drink and didn't buy me a drink. Eros, kick his ass.
Why do you want me to kick his ass?
Kick his ass. I'm over here
Eros
eating jam and
is-
he's drinking.
Eros finishing the note probably by this point.
I'm not saying anything to Eros. I'm just gesturing at her.
You know, like Eris is done, and I think Cotton has been like watching her like very intensely, like concentrated, and also, I don't know, just being very serious, and grabs the paper, reads it, kind of nods to herself. Okay. I a lot of this is not very, I can't really comprehend how you would talk to a god, what that would entail, how does that feel? I don't know if it's relevant, but what I've gathered here is that the Altar is not in his tower,
No.
meaning we could go into his tower and take what's ours.
Birdman snaps at you and like nods like enthusiastically, like yeah. He's like while he's like pointing the knife at you. Yeah.
Yes. We might need to get some plans.
Take what is ours.
I mean, where would his I mean, there's probably not much in his office, so probably.
Yeah. By the way, is Eris talking or is he like still mute?
Eris is talking when she's talking to you.
Okay. Yeah. I just have a feeling about this. My intuition. My thief's intuition. You should trust me on this. That man, he has hidden something. He is. If we go into his tower and look thoroughly enough, we will be rich. I know
Where
it.
would you want to look?
Well, firstly, I would have to require some kind of plan. I mean, I doubt that there's like some kind of ministry.
Would I know that Alphabar had multiple places of hanging out that wasn't just his office?
Roll a history check with advantage because of your returniness.
Nice. History with advantage.
Yes. He has a room in the 10th house tower that P.O. Tavern's at. Squirmies is at the bottom floor.
Mhm.
And then he has his own tower he built in his time as a wizard here. That you guys visited a few times. It's very big.
And then obviously I'm sure Eros hears the thought process on that. Like, I'm pretty sure he has multiple places of hanging out instead of just his office. I've seen.
Well,
I myself have been
going back to session 1 with the warehouse. Like
yeah.
Part of his money, a big chunk of his money, you're pretty sure has come from real estate. Like he owns multiple places.
I'm pretty sure I've helped him with that at some point. So it's like
Yeah.
I was like, I am pretty much the lawyer for the 10th house. So,
yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, like you probably like at least 4 times have helped him buy a significant property.
Well, Alpapar was always a big real estate guy. He might have had another place that he hung out in. I don't think a wizard like that would hold a place in just his shitty tower in a shitty local public place.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. But I could check for cotton though, but I need to know where first.
You just bring it up.
I mean, if it's somewhere that we've been to, at least I could. Cotton.
Yeah.
Do you know? Is this place that you want to check somewhere we've been before, or?
I'm not sure. The tower is of course obvious. It could be that maybe he has some other homes. I don't know that much about the man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Birdman's like, like points like bunch of homes.
I see. The thing is, I really hate that dude. And yeah, I think we should rob him. I don't care. I mean, I do care. We have to think about this carefully in a way. But he might have something in his tower, but he might not. Maybe we should acquire some sort of list of his like real estate.
Oh man, I can get that. I can get that. I just go in and ask for it. List of real estate. He's just like, list of real estate, and then he like points at his briefcase. Like, I might have something. I could just go get something. I guess. Like I have air. He gestures at his suits. He gestures at his suit, and he's like,
yes.
I had errands to run.
Attorney at crime. So, if we do this, I mean, yeah, I can break into buildings pretty well. I can sneak if I need to, I guess. But we still need to come up with the game plan. But the list of real estate, let's just like check out his houses first, his residencies, not the actual tower. I mean, if I had a tower, I might hide something in it, but then again, it would be pretty obvious.
I mean, like, fine. Hello there, inconspicuous woman. How's your sex life?
You all certainly made a right mess yesterday, didn't you?
Who the fuck is this?
And
Who the fuck are you?
disguise fades.
Oh, it's Mel. It's Mel.
I'd be surprised if I couldn't do that myself.
Fuck
Mel, I would like a perception check.
Fuck happened
Real
yesterday.
quick.
Okay.
Fuck happened yesterday.
Okay. As you, before you pass by there, I guess as you were saying that and sitting down, you were able to eavesdrop on this little beetle man
Jesus fuck.
climbs on the table and like to get closer to this drow and whispers to the drow, I think that's Eros. Should we? And the drow just shakes his head. No.
Does Zeros catch that with a passive 21?
Nobody fucks with us in our.
You catch her name, I'll say, but you don't, and you catch probably because you see Mel kind of like maybe slightly looking over her shoulder as she comes before she changes over and starts talking to you. So this is like all happening simultaneously, and then they get quiet, and then there's like an obvious like he offers in Sylvan to the beetle guy, I'll go get us another drink. He says in
cast
Sylvan,
detect thoughts.
and then he goes to get another drink, and the beetle man's just sitting there.
I cast detect thoughts.
Nobody.
Surface thoughts of the beetle man. He's not actually a beetle man. I get that wrong. He's Orthoptera is the race that he is. They are grasshopper cicada people, sort of. They have a very weird lifestyle, but he surface thoughts generally is the rumors are true. That Altapar must be dead if you're here. Because, you know, as far as everyone knew with the quote unquote manhunt, and then his other surface thought is this also confirms the rumor about Lady Altapar being caught, and the head was delivered yesterday to. Oh, that was the other piece of thing I forgot to tell. I didn't get in the recap. I apologize.
Yeah, Angelise
You guys-
is dead. We have her head.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
we
had
know,
her
we know
head.
she's dead.
The head was delivered to Lady Pio by someone, and not Lady Pio, to Pio. I'm getting names confused. Lady Altapar's head was delivered to him. As far as everyone can tell it's Lady Altapar's head. I'm gonna say, because no one actually in party spent time to confirm that. Other than a brief look that it was one ear and it was a woman that had blonde hair.
I wouldn't worry about them.
But nonetheless,
Yeah, your man puts a hand on your shoulder and you hear, I wouldn't worry about them. You know no one fucks with us.
but Pio has given that evidence to the authorities to end the manhunt. Like, and Pio's been given credit as the one that found, and he took credit of finding the wayward woman that was trying to kill binder lords and take over the city. So
I kind of also want to say, just for kind of thematic purposes, that while Eros is detect thoughts, like, and her mental state being the way it is, she's actually kind of like transferring these thoughts to Birdman, so he's actually getting them as well.
Yeah. Nobody fucks with us in our bar.
and he's nervous of you. He knows that you guys have done things in the city that are questionable and violent.
Could go for some grasshopper.
Speaking of violent, while she was hearing those thoughts, she also, in her hand, some electric sparks, purple sparks were occurring and slowly forming a dart until she feels like he's not trying to like jump her or anything.
Do I notice this?
Probably.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Do the rest of us
Actually,
notice this?
let me do a sleight of hand.
So, Mel, what did they do yesterday? They haven't told me what they did.
Fuck happened yesterday.
Althea kind of scoots over and shoves a little food over to like give Mel some food. Like has that wide-eyed look, this little drow girl.
Mel smiles at the food, then just gently pushes it back. Well, it's not so much what they did yesterday, and more of how they did it. And that they made quite a large mess.
Yeah, everyone's talking about it. And looks over at Eros and Birdman and smiles and then blushes like, oh, I got too excited. And then looks over at Setch like, you know, you're included in this too. And then just like continues to eat.
He's just grinning the entire time. Like he takes a drink and puts it down and says, "Look, I try my best, but you know,
She's
it's not
talking
my
ab-
fault."
Is she talking about her apartment? Because she's
Yeah,
talking
being
about
a
her
shithead.
apartment. Yeah, we did. We fucked that shit up really bad. It was terrible. We fucked it up.
I wasn't paying
Real
attention
estate.
to that.
Made a right mess of everything, didn't you?
Speaking of real estate, Batman, that list. Do you have it? Do you have
I don't.
record?
Do I have it? I can ask if I have it.
If you have,
God, do I have a list of all of Altapar's recent real estate purchases?
God. Dear God.
Dear God, it's me, your boy again. I'm back.
What was the question?
Would I have a record of them or some record of them, or would I have to go get them? Like, would they be filed away somewhere?
You would know of his main thing. You would have to get an official record to know all the details about it, but you know that like his. How do you word this? The way you wrote the paperwork for his purchase of land to build his tower pretty much allowed him to do what he wanted. Like it's like yeah, like he could his tower could have whatever in there, you're not sure. Like
Seth,
you know.
are you holding your beer?
Yeah, he has like a
Okay.
stein.
You're are you holding it, or is it on the table?
No, he's holding it.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, because if it's on the table, Birdman would have picked it up and drank out of it by now. He holds out. He's like, ah. He holds his hands out and points in his briefcase, and he's like, no.
Unfortunate. Okay. I'm sure you can produce it somehow. Maybe we just break into the Ministry of Construction and steal his contract. I don't know. We will find a way. But if we get it, then and then she kind of turns to Althea.
Eros is going to jump up from the chair, the purple arcs flashing around her, and jumps onto this drow, grabbing his collar, and with her hand in front of his face, a dart, electrical dart, appears right in front of his face, spinning rapidly, hovering there, and she
roll initiative.
Oh!
Roll initiative. What are you doing?
And she screams, "What the fuck do you want from me?"
I love it. Okay. Right in the same split second, over at the bar, Jim was here. He recognizes you and just goes, "Oh fuck!" Drops his beer and runs over.
It says, "Oh fuck." I'm surprised he didn't just try to tackle Strife. He's like, "Oh no!" Like,
all right, roll an initiative if you want to roll into initiative. Also,
yo.
As your bard friend attacks a random drow.
I'm so confused.
I may or may not have whispered something.
Well, she's having a bad time.
Cotton was just about to recruit the kids to scout the houses for her, but
Well, the good news is we're gonna say right now that Strike is so distracted that he's not involved. So.
Oh my god.
I can be an excellent parent later. It's okay.
Well, unless we're eating fucking beetle people soup, which I think is the one thing that Greendar will not let me make in this tavern. Fucking
Wait, let me look at Green Dart. I'm gonna roll for Green Dart and look at his sheet. No, he probably won't let you eat beetle people.
yeah, he won't let me eat his own race of people, unfortunately. But you know,
Okay, well,
the topic stays the same.
Birdman, what do? You're the closest to Eros. Eros just out of fucking nowhere made this ethereal looking purple dart appear and is about to shove it in this drow's eyeball.
I am probably the most calm I've ever been. I look over, I'm like, this is look up. I think all the rest of you can see the look on Eros' Birdman's face, this day is just so confusing. he's like, this is really confusing. The tables really have switched today. But he stands up and if he sees everybody getting ready to jump, he stands up and he's like, whoa, hold up. I got this. And he turns around and he grabs Eros. He looks at you. What the fuck are you doing?
This man's investigating me. No one hears this, but
everyone is investigating us, or you, I guess, us. Hey, Jim, how you doing? He looks up Jim.
Birdman, is Eros okay?
No.
What do you do as your action?
I try to pick Eros up off of this drow man.
Does Eros resist?
Eros does.
Right, roll competing grapple checks, athletics or acrobatics against each other.
Let's go. Well, all right.
Okay.
All right. You gotta get a 27.
I gotta get a 27.
You had a small chance. Okay. That's your first attack. You can use your second attack to do it again.
Aha!
Aha! Okay.
It goes to the defender.
Second time I almost got you.
Yeah, just totally wrestling back. She kicks you away and then wrestling back and forth.
I swear to God, Eros, if you're the person I have to stab today, it's gonna be a problem.
Mel, what do you do? I would like to give everyone an inspiration point, just because.
Eros, don't make me do this. I thought we were friends.
There's no need to stab me if I find out what this man wants.
We can find out what he wants later. I don't give a shit. I'm concerned about
stabbing. Can I grab Eros? Try and grab her as well.
Yeah, grapple check again.
Great.
Have anybody you want, just let it go.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Ooh.
Yes.
Very distracted by the bird.
Mel is able to grab. I have new token markers I'm excited for. But Mel is able to grab with the first attack.
She'll just whisper at Eros, calm down. We can figure this out in a way that does not involve being violent. What's going on?
And Eros then has to say out loud, shit, I got stupid phone, go fuck yourself. She says out loud, this guy is investigating me. I want to know why. If he doesn't give me a good enough answer, I'll scramble his brains.
Eros, you see how this may be slightly unreasonable, yes?
No.
Mel, what do you do with your second attack and bonus action? And rest of your movement if you want.
Just drag away.
You can drag Mel, at half move.
I'll move over there, yeah.
Okay, just rest your move, just drag Mel away. I mean, Mel drags Eros away. Names.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, Eros, it gets to your turn. You have to use your action to break away to get out of the grapple. Or insert other idea here. Grapple just means you can't move. So
She is going to, shouting at the drow, say, "I'll give you one chance, and only one if you don't chalk up now."
Intimidation.
And I will actually, if that fails, well, does it fail or no?
How would you know?
Well, it's for my new ability.
That's true. I have to look. I'm opening up a sheet anyway, so. He looks around at the situation and seeing that it's taking someone like Mel and then Birdman, and he obviously the look on his face, he recognizes each of you in a way, like not personally, but he knows who you are by the stories that have happened in the last week or so, and he nods. I was going to buy you a drink, is all he says.
Inside check.
Okay. Yes. He was not planning on buying you a drink this soon, but eventually he wanted to buy you a drink. You get the impression he wanted to wait a lot longer to observe you. But you don't get any sense of maliciousness exactly. It's mostly curiosity. And you can see a marker on his vest. That makes you think he works for one of the main houses. You're not sure which right now. But the markers just escaped you. But that thing connects that, like, he's being paid by someone bigger up to investigate you, who's curious about you, and it's not malicious. It's just someone that's you haven't met yet. And he's totally just like 100% caught off guard. His turn. He's gonna disengage as an action. He's gonna move away, and he's just gonna be like, "Okay, I don't want to fight anyone." And Greendar dashes over and is like, "Oh, what's going on?" This guy hops back a little bit, and he is readying some sort of spell. He and is looking at him very protectively, and then I didn't rehash. It looks like there. Jim just readies to move and engage, I'll say. And Setch, what do you do?
I'm just drinking. This is fucking great.
It's reality
just-
TV.
Yeah, he puts his legs up on the thing and I guess prepares a spell if they like try to attack him or like the group. But he's just sitting there like with his feet
Okay.
up on the table.
If real combat happens, you'll do something. Otherwise, you're gonna drink. Okay, gotcha.
Bird.
All right, Bert.
Disappeared out of the like join order. I don't know. Like she was in.
Yeah, Cotton hasn't gone either. I don't think.
Cotton, you didn't click on your token before you rolled initiative.
I did though.
Well, I don't know. Okay, I will add you, and then you can go right now, and then you can go again once we get to you in a moment. So, what do you want to do?
Well, I wanted to grapple arrows, but that's already done. So she's just like,
You can double grapple, you know. If you
yeah,
want.
let's do
Read
that.
the voice of reason. Please.
Let's do
Like,
that.
you don't have to, I'm saying, but like more than one person can grapple.
No, it's fine. I want to do that.
Especially since you're also small as well in size. All right, so arrows. If you want to resist Cotton grabbing your leg, I guess, or maybe pulling down one of your other arms, trying to waylay you in some way, you can roll an acrobatics. Cotton, I assume acrobatics as well.
Well, I was going to say that it makes sense in the round standard, but Eros, even though like yeah she's being grabbed, her stance when she got pulled back went from her potentially thrusting her hand forward to shoving the dart to her hand being like kind of this sideways thing as if she's about to throw the dart, but she actually starts to calm down and the dart dissipates. And she doesn't care that Cotton is grabbing onto her.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Birdman, seeing that Eros has wound down, the combat now is mostly probably not about Eros. It's probably about letting everyone else know that this isn't going to turn into a bar brawl.
Yeah, so I tap
so-
Jim on the chest, clean my suit off, I dust his suit off, and I just tap him, and then I'm like, we're good. And then I walk over here, and I look at this man, and I'm like, get out. And I put a business coin like in like a vest pocket or anything, just get out. And that's it. So I'll try to like, I guess, intimidate this guy, I suppose.
Okay.
I'm gonna use one of my brand new inspiration points for advantage.
Ooh.
That was a good choice. I just tuck a coin into his pocket, mafia style, and say, "Get out."
In
And I pick his beer up off the table and I drink it.
Thieves Can't, he signs to you. We should talk later, nonetheless.
And then in
Do I
Thieves Can't, I
clock that
sign.
Thieves Can't?
In Thieves Can't, I sign back to him and say, "Maybe,"
Yes.
but I said, "Get the fuck
Such.
out." Like I say it in like a rude, like in Thieves Can't, I say it in a rude ass way because I imagine that's the only way you can say it in Thieves Can't.
Yes.
So it's like, so when I say "get out," it sounded like nice. It's like an Eris's voice, like "get out." And then when he clock him in Thieves Can't, I'm like, "We will." I said, "Get the fuck out."
Thieves
You
Can't
and your little shitty buddy over there.
Thieves Can't is just a very rude language.
Yeah, you and your fucking buddy over there.
All right, I'm going to say, in interest of narrative and time, unless one of you say otherwise, he just kind of nods very graciously, and him and his friend walk and then buzz out.
And then I look at Greendar and I say, "Rounds on everybody from me!" And it's like scream hella loud. Next round's on me! Wow!
That'll be, I don't know, like 4 gold?
Works for me. I flick him 5.
Yeah, the cheap shit.
That cheap shit. Get everybody the cheapest shit in here.
And starts gathering people, and
Some of it is like some of the alcohol is like recollected alcohol that spills from off on the table.
Yep. Then I pick up whatever beer that other guy was drinking and I pour it on myself like a madman. And then I drink the other guy's beer.
all right, people are getting their drinks, hanging around the bar, slowly kind of trickling back to their tables.
You too, Jim. Go get yourself a beer.
The bard, Jim is he all right over there? And you're not sure if he's asking Mel or Eros by this, or Cotton by this point. He just kind of points at you 3.
Yeah.
We're fantastic.
All right. Quizzically kind of looks over his shoulder. And these guys peace out. Jim goes get some drinks and goes to where his couple of his wolf buddies are at and gets them drinks and stuff. And there's a cacophony of that people getting drinks and being happy and playing music and dancing now as you guys deal with this very serious moment.
I take my beer without thinking. I slide it over to Althea without thinking. It's just like fucking.
Althea's eyes go wide, and and I'm gonna say at that point, Strike goes over and he grabs your hand, and he's just like he just growls at you a little bit, and his nose snarls, and then he comes over, he takes the beer from you and sits with it and drinks it. And so,
there you go.
We're good, right, Arrows? Not gonna jump anyone else?
Arrows just kind of does that shoulder roll thing. Yeah, we're fine.
You see, I'm not feeling super convinced by that answer.
You want to feel a dart in the head?
Oh, we're getting spicy today.
If you would like to try and put a dart in my head, then there might be a problem there. I worry that you're causing an unnecessary scene. Over and over again.
How about you get hunted for days on end and try to not cause an unnecessary scene?
That's 1 point for Arrows. Let's see if Mel can bring it back.
Listen, just because things are going on in your life does not give you an excuse to be a nuisance.
That's true.
She has a point there.
Ooh.
Yeah, like I give a shit. Maybe people shouldn't be... Maybe people should just leave me the fuck alone.
Maybe you should stop inviting them to mess with you by drawing attention to yourself.
And on that note, Birdman stands up and says, I have errands to run. He walks away. Arrow's just here. And on that note, he just stands up. Real estate listing. Like, walks away.
Drawing attention to myself. Then I might as well drop dead at that point, huh?
That's a bit cruel. I think nobody... Like, if somebody reacts to you in a certain way, it's not really your fault in all the way.
It is whenever you randomly attack people based on non-verbal cues.
I can read people's minds. He was investigating me.
Yes, that doesn't mean you should try and kill him. You talk it out like a reasonable person.
No. Last time I tried talking out with someone, my landlord died.
Well, that's not very... not going to happen all the time.
Alzapar was freaking crazy, Althea says.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Listen, Eros, it's your choice what you do, but I'm not going to let you just randomly attack people if I'm here to stop it.
Good for you. You gotta let go now. I have errands to run.
You...
Just sighs. Let's go.
That's just smiling and just drinking even more. He's
reality TV, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Not saying anything.
Cotton turns around to the kids. Are you guys full? Do you need some more food? Maybe some more milk? Not beer, though.
I can't eat anymore, Rogar says as he comes over and takes a seat. Leandra, it's like, are you okay, Arrows?
No, Althea, I'm not. I have some things I need to deal with.
Leandra, the Panther girl will come up and like, I can come with you.
Sure. You can thank Marcelo for the outfit in person then.
Ooh, she gets excited about going to Marcelo's. Donovan comes over and squeezes over here and starts to steal food from the table.
Good boy.
I love these children.
Birdman, as you come outside, you notice the drow is waiting for you and looking to make sure you're alone, and then sees Eros and he ducks away.
Yeah, I imagine I'm kind of just standing out at the door, like waiting for Arrows to come out. She'll storm out eventually. Just like
You were running errands.
I was running errands. I thought that you would be storming out. I wanted to make sure that they hadn't completely changed you in a matter of 10 seconds.
No, but Mel's kind of being a
Good.
stick.
Good, so we can have a nice civil conversation with people and not kill them. Or at least that's the Eros that I remember saying.
Look, I'm just.
Having a bad time.
I wasn't going. As long as. It just depended on his answer. I was just tired of getting jumped all the time.
I see. It's about this time I realized that Leandra is with you. So like comes out. Ah. Good, that'll keep your mind off of randomly killing people in the streets. Probably. Who knows?
Kyle just sees these two people just staring at each other.
Yeah, this is a normal thing though. Just look at each other.
Leandra's just staring. It's just like, just kind of, walks down the stairs past you as you guys have your conversation. And is just kind of like, playing with her toe in the dirt, just like, drawing something haphazardly, not really giving a shit. And then her ears perk up and she looks this way and she rather quickly runs back up the stairs, kind of not trying to make it very obvious, but like is sort of using Birdman as like a human shield. And you see a squad of drow, hooded, starting to come around the corner, and Shallow Butter kind of breaks away from them and unhoods to you guys at the stairs and bows and is like, I grew impatient.
I see.
Impatient.
I was about to check on the thing I needed first. Would have only taken maybe less than an hour.
Well, I can ensure that it will be sooner.
Sure, why not? Let's go then. It's not really that big of a deal if you are joining along.
Will your other friends be joining you for this venture?
Not really. My niece will come along just to the shop. I don't.
Oh, is she at all like you?
No. She's more like this guy.
Oh, it's good. Good. I just curious to understand what dangers I may be putting my matron in.
Well,
You understand.
I'm the only one going with you afterwards. Just when I'm going to pick up.
A solo performance. I misunderstood. Nonetheless, I'm excited. She smiles greedily.
Eros will say to Birdman telepathically, stay within a mile.
of now.
Yes, of now.
Oh, you mean like right? Oh, you mean like right now? Right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where, are you going somewhere?
Going to Marcelo's, grabbing an
Gotta
outfit, then going to the 12th house.
At this point, to interrupt briefly, I want to kind of circle to the other part of the group real quick. Althea goes to the window, hearing the murmuring from Eros and Birdman outside, and is trying to peek through the window that doesn't open and try to just arc her head into the pane as best as she can say. And she mutters in common, loud enough for Setch and everyone at the table here, and obvious enough for Mel. Mel, the door's open, so you're probably hearing most of this nonetheless. There's Drow out there, and she is as confused by you as this. They don't usually come to this part of the city, and not usually at this part of the day either. It is very odd. So what do you guys do anything with the drow outside the tavern when there's the one guy you saw before? It's obvious that he's not associated with them, with these people. Like he was someone else, which is rare but not unheard of. Most drow are like what you're seeing outside. They work for the 12th house and have their official garb and wear weapons and armor openly and are kind of a small militia contingent within the city themselves. That do the bidding of the 12th Binder Lord, this human guy. So, do you guys do anything with this, or do we continue with the scene? That's my question.
Setch would down his drink and then nonchalantly walk over to the bar to try and get a better view of like the scene, I guess. And then just vibe at the table or like vibe at the bar waiting to get another drink while also listening in on the conversation.
I guess Cotton would maybe stand up and go to the window. What Althea's doing. And also, I will be right back.
And if that changes anything as well.
I muted myself because I'm dumb.
Good.
Okay. Does Mel do anything?
Mel's just vibing.
Mel's just vibing. Okay. Okay, Setch, you would see the uncomfortableness of the Panther girl as she's watching this and begin to, with your 18 passive perception, begin to hear bits and pieces they are speaking in common. And Eros kind of giving orders to Birdman of giving the order, I should say, of like what they're going to do about going to the 12th house and stuff like this. You see this woman, this drow woman here. She has her hood drawn. She has this long black cloak. But she, what little you know about the 12th house with your interactions with the 10th house over the last few years, she is a higher ranking drow, like one of the lieutenants or whatnot, captains or whatnot of like their militia forces. Like she's probably in charge of like 100 plus drow. So she's a pretty Eros has gotten herself in deeper than the 12th house than you would have thought before by talking to someone like this openly. So okay. I just wanted to get a view of what everyone else was doing, and then you guys are now in better position to kind of eavesdrop better on this conversation if that's what you're doing. Eros and Birdman, you're going to the 12th house. Shallow Butter, generally you get the impression she is going to shadow you. and follow you until you're ready to do this. Like, and it's not necessarily something she wants to do. Her matron is being impatient. You generally get the impression, and she needs to appease her matron.
Well, Eros first to Macelos, and Eros wants Birdman to also shadow, but he can stay like a mile. He can stay within a mile, so he's a little bit more range to
Yeah,
do so.
he would tell. I think if it's gonna be like we know she's gonna shadow her, I think I would just tell Leandra to go inside. Be like, I'm sorry. Today, Eros is busy today. I don't think you should be here. It's just gonna, gesture her inside. Like, come on, go ahead. I know. She's probably like, well, we're going in the cellar. Like, I know. I know what you're doing. Not anymore. Things change, kid. So I would put her back inside. I don't want her to be like a part of this shit. This is gonna suck. And then I would do so. I would shadow.
Did Seth remute himself?
Did he?
The stupid button is in a weird place. I apologize. Okay. So shadow them.
Yep.
Okay. As they shadow them. I would like Birdman to a stealth check.
Oh. Alright.
And I think he should. Oh, he doesn't. I don't think he needs advantage.
32. Yeah. I don't need advantage. You're fine.
32. What?
Hiding in the city.
Are we hiding in the city?
It doesn't have apply the
Doesn't-
stealth check.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay. Well,
Doesn't
yeah,
work.
that's right. It's only wisdom checks. Huh? Oh, okay. Well, 20
Yeah.
is still
Wisdom.
pretty-
28
or
is still
intelligence
freaking.
base checks. That's right. My bad.
Yes. Okay.
It's still pretty good.
None of them even have a chance. Okay. I was just seeing if any of the drow had a chance to even hit a 28. No. None of these drow at least. Okay, so alright. Eros is taking Shallow Butter. Like Shallow Butter is like traveling with you, Eros, and then you generally get the impression like ninjas, her squad is like following you guys. And, like hiding in the shadows and like following you. You don't always see them, but your passive perception's pretty damn good. And Leandra comes along, I guess. And
She's crazy.
Birdman.
no one told her otherwise. So
I would have told her otherwise. I would have been like, "Look, man, this is not the time. Now is not a good time." I don't know.
okay,
I mean,
she's
she can
smart.
color she wants.
She's smart enough to understand what's going on, so she'll stay. Okay, so they break away. You see, okay, in general terms, with what Setch and Mill and Cotton just witnessed, and Birdman is witnessing here, I think Birdman and Cotton were a little more aware of, I think, from previous sessions of what Eros was doing with the 12th house. But nonetheless, what you just witnessed here, Eros basically just shook hands with the pinky of the 12th house. Like that's what Shallow Butter is. It's like a pinky finger of the like made a pinky promise with them.
Yeah.
So like everyone here is now has seen this too, and like you see the wolves looking out the window and they're talking in their own language about it. one of them comes and get a drinks, and then the bards over here start to, just talk about who Eros is, and this bombastic, ostentatious, over the top, who has ruffled the feathers and has now have befriended the darkness, and there's people are gossiping.
It's fine. I'll piss in their cornflakes later.
Well, what does the rest of the group do after Eros leaves?
Well, since Cotton doesn't really have access to the real estate list, whatever, she can't plan her heist. Can't continue planning her heist. Maybe she will see if she can reactivate some old contacts to pull this off. So yeah, maybe she will contact Hunterman. They also still have to have that deal open, and she might have some old contacts from her smuggler days. I mean, she's still kind of a smuggler, but she used to do bigger things before that, since she's like level 7, like when we started. So yeah, that's kind of what she's doing today, I guess, and maybe also taking care of the kids if she doesn't manage to contact someone. Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a roll me a persuasion or investigation check. Okay. You send out a black note, so to speak, in the thief world, and to be sent to Hantelman, and he gets back to you within an hour or so of Eros leaving the tavern. As you wait in kind of a central position, someone drops a note on the table back at the corner for you with, and he says he has finished the arrangement with the necklace, and he has heard just as much about what is going on with Altapar and his place, and the presumed kind of vault that people have discovered in the lower layer, that now, because Altapar's gone and it's kind of been reclaimed by the city, it's like, you ever seen the show Storage Wars? There's like bids going on and stuff like that in a way. So, but it's also like, who's brave enough to like go in there and actually see it, because he was a wizard who was paranoid, and they've already sent some drow down there that didn't come back alive, and some of them are missing body parts and things. So, Hanselman has more information about what he thinks is down there, and can meet with you later and share the reward, I guess is the word, for what he traded for the necklace.
Right.
And you basically just need to hang out in the Herald's Tavern, and he'll come eventually and meet up with you. With that stuff. That's most of your morning. That's probably happening around the time that Eros is dragging Shallow Butter to Mosello's, and the outfit is complete, and it's just trying it on and refitting and stuff, and there's kind of a montage of that going on in the background while Cotton has this montage of waiting and the kids being bored as they wait, and Strike just and them playing games in the tavern as people kind of disperse out of the tavern within these hours. But it's still, it's a 24-hour city, and Greendar is a 24-hour place. He hires someone to man during the nighttime hours. But what do you guys do during this day, Setch, Mel, and Birdman? Well, Birdman's trailing. That's right. So Setch and Mel, what do you do?
Oh, sorry, you go.
Mel would probably just try and go fix her house, I guess.
Okay.
Like, she would let Setch know where she's going, but her apartment's pretty wrecked.
Can I do something before Mel goes to fix her house?
Sure.
Setch will get the fantasy equivalent of a Bloody Mary and a beer, and walk across the table that she's at and slide it over and be like, "Look, I'm sorry about your house. Wasn't my fault, and we didn't mean it to happen, but things just kind of got out of hand, and this is my apology to you, and I'll slide the Bloody Mary over to you."
She'll just nod, like, down it kind of weirdly quickly. And she'll just be like, stuff happens.
Did you need help with the house or anything? I mean, I could convince a couple of people if you want.
You are welcome to join me if you so choose. It's up to you.
Yeah, why not? I'll join Mel in a escapade to fix the house.
Okay. You do either of you have mending? Curious.
I do.
That will help with this.
Now I do.
Now you do. I see what happened there.
No, I have it. I recently leveled up, you know? You know how it goes.
Yes. Okay, so it's not horrible, by any means. But it does take a good chunk of your day just to go to place, get parts, figure out what parts you need in the first place. Excuse me. And then, come back, repair the thing. A window and a door and a chair. So, I don't know. Probably no more than 10 or 15 gold. You could probably spend up to 50 for like really nice shit if you wanted to.
I will. She likes nice stuff.
So,
Convince the person to lower that price by a little bit, if possible.
Yeah, sure.
Being
If
as
you
we're
want to
spending so
roll,
much at
like
this one place.
I imagine that you're going to a different place for the door and window than the chair. So we'll say, yeah, you can roll a persuasion check to haggle, with the thing, and then mending will just help make the window and door situation easier. Basically, just buying a new chair, which would make more sense there.
Yeah. I'm like doing as like, hey, if we buy this from you, you can recommend us to one of your mates who you know very well to get the chairs and stuff, and like keep it like, local and stuff. Because I know tradies fucking love to do that shit.
All right, I like it.
Listen, I got an offer you can't refuse. Keep it in the family.
Yeah, and I haven't come up with a furniture business yet for this town. So,
What?
uh,
You don't have a specific chair store?
okay.
You just went from a 10
Pre-planned?
level DM to a 9
No.
level DM in my eyes. Lost respect.
All right.
There's a fucking 37 again.
I love the D37. It makes me happy.
Why?
Such a weird number.
Right?
So 15. Okay, so the furniture guy is a mouse. We'll say it's not a yeah, it's a mouse guy. We'll call him Memney. Memney is his name. I don't know. Memney's furniture. And then you have I need another D37.
Like,
Oh.
seeing that stresses me out.
It's another 15.
Probably because it's a prime number. It can't be divisible by anything but 1 in itself.
I know. It makes me happy. Okay, and ironically, we'll say their fifth cousin on their mother's side. Memney, after you convince him to lower the price down. We'll say it's like 35 gold for like everything you spend today.
Hold on, let me write that down. You said fifth cousin on his mother's side?
On his mother's side.
Gotcha,
He recommends his fifth cousin on his mother's side. We'll say it's a lady mouse who is a barbarian that like chops wood and like gets you guys the resources and has all these like goes out in the forest and just can go inside the root systems and stuff like that.
Mouse barbarian lumberjack. She better be
Yes.
lesbian.
I'm thinking yes.
Awesome.
You know, there we go. I love the alliteration. A lady barbarian chops wood lumberjack lesbian.
Amazing.
Okay, the note I'm gonna look out next week and be like, what the fuck? And I'd be like, oh yeah, we're world building piece by piece. Okay, so 35 gold, something that's easily well over 50. You get really nice wood from the southern forests that the dwarves bring in. And the chair, you can decide how the chair looks if you want. That you get replaced. It was the chair that was kind of in your. Well, I added some adornment to your apartment. We can go back and look at that now.
Okay.
There might still be bodies there, but we'll solve that later.
Whoops.
We can clean them up.
Yeah, we can get rid of bodies.
There's just one body. Okay, I cleaned up the rest of them. Okay, but your apartment is. Oh, you're not on the map.
I was like, wow, this is very dark.
Yeah, we opened a spatial rift to
Yeah, spatial rift. Okay, so I guess like more of a house situation than an apartment, but hey, I was just having fun with some stuff. I don't know. I made a desk and they destroyed the desk chair. I forget why, but I know the desk chair was destroyed.
Okay.
I think it was something the NPCs did in the process of breaking a window.
There's the entrance to it.
Yeah, there's the window here that they broke in, and then Strike broke down this door as well.
Okay.
The front door was fine. This window was left open, and then this chair was used. Someone dragged the chair into this other room.
The black
Was the chair just randomly broken, or was it used as a weapon? Like, what happened?
The chair was dragged into this room here to be thrown out this window.
To be thrown out.
Don't answer.
And then
Gotcha.
it didn't exactly happen that way. I think what happened was the chair narratively, Strike ended up breaking back through the window and landed on the chair. Is what
Okay.
kind of I ruled with that idea, so I don't know. But you can redesign house. I just kind of threw some things down so they had some stuff to throw shit if they wanted to throw
Mhm.
shit. Come on, a good house fight. But nonetheless,
The black shit's still
Ooh,
on the street.
this brings up an interesting question. Since
Hmm.
they were all up in my house, did they mayhaps see where Mel sleeps? Question mark.
They did not explore the entire house.
Okay.
No.
Really, only Strike went inside.
Yeah, I kind of. Yeah, they didn't go to the right part of the house at all, which I was like, well, maybe that's like your personal place. I don't know.
Mhm.
So, uh, it just made sense from the scene we had last time with Altapar that you would probably have some sort of meeting area or something out here.
Yeah.
He was sitting here, and then Strike broke through the window, and he jumped out this window, and then Strike ran after him.
Gotcha.
The black shit still all over the fucking street? Like, still all over
Yeah,
Ugh.
Gravity.
yeah.
The bodies still out here? They probably are.
No, the bodies have been burnt by this point.
Okay.
Taken to a place. They're undead. They try to clean that stuff.
You're like this sticky black shit in your alley.
Yeah, it was a demon.
Probably smells.
It's probably not gonna go away. Um, like yeah, as you guys are repairing this window, you guys would see out here this black ooze that's just stained the ground there. Setch, you would have witnessed this. You were
my
like
audience.
during the you saw this elf guy get attacked by Strike, and then when he was done, Strike was done attacking to him, he just like ripped off his skin, and then he was just this nasty demon looking undead thing. You weren't exactly sure. And when he died, there was this like portal to the abyss that opened, and this is the mark that was left behind.
Yeah, I'll use prestidigitation on my foot and then like wipe it away using my foot. As in,
Takes a
like,
couple
wipe it up.
times. You're there. Demon scar takes a couple times. Eventually goes away though with prestidigitation, but it's like it's resistant. It's like even to magic. It's
Yeah.
like
How bourgeoisie is Mel's house? Like, is it like
by Mel's
It
background, Mel's been working here for a while.
it
So
looks very nice, but like very nice in a way it's clear that the stuff that's in her house has been around for a long time. Like she might be a collector of like antiques or something, but everything is like super nice and well maintained.
what's like the oldest thing in the house from like being in like the main room that I can see?
Um, she would probably have like a really nice like hutch full of, china and different plates and stuff that all looks like super duper nice, but never gets used.
Yeah, fair. Is there like a bookshelf full of like books and shit?
Yeah, there's probably a bookshelf somewhere.
Nice.
Probably like very niche books, like studies on random old eldritch gods or stuff like that.
Eldritch gods. Eldritch gods.
Yeah, I'll just pick up a book and be like, Mel, I think you need to broaden your horizons. Maybe like some poetry, maybe some art stuff. This is kind of fucked up.
Why would I need to look at poetry?
Expand your horizons.
Why?
It doesn't hurt to be well versed in more books than I can't look. I can't even pronounce this god's name. Like, what is this?
Oh yes, that's Agaserlala.
Sorry, can you say that again? I just need to put it in my notes.
Slower? Do you want slower?
please.
Ageselala.
Male worshipper of Agisalala.
Oh, I do not worship. Just good to know.
Your repairs wrap up. It's midday. Eros and is in the process of around this time also being led back through the Beast Crown to the 12th House District. And Birdman trails behind. He knows after these few hours that Eros has a half dozen or so drow that are continuously within 80 feet at least of her and Shallow Butter. And as you get closer to the Beast Crown, it doubles and then triples the number that are following them. And there are dwarves and Canaan, coyote folk, and human as well, kind of all gathered around. But they seem to be parting way very broadly as Eros and
Oh my god.
Shallow Butter kind of walk through.
Oh shit. So I just realized. So I looked up how many feet in a mile. So
Yes.
Birdman, from anywhere in the city, you could hear Eros with this telepathic connection.
Yes.
Literally anywhere.
Yes.
Holy
The city
fuck.
is more more dug downward than it is wide. So you guys, yes. Okay, nonetheless.
I probably could have made my stop.
Yeah, you could have.
Like, I could have made my stop and like actually got for Cotton what I was supposed to grab, and then dropped it off to Cotton, and then fucking followed you back.
I mean, literally, I just say stay within a mile. So
Yeah,
literally just.
I'm within.
Cotton is waiting for Gentleman. I want to do that scene real quickly back at the Herald's Tavern before you guys are just before we move on to Drow, I guess, situation with Eros. And does I guess my only question during this day, not having strike here, does Cotton, Birdman, or Eros return to your apartment at any time?
No.
Okay.
No, I think Cotton is busy.
Okay.
Maybe in the evening or night,
Okay.
but it's probably not.
I was gonna say I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to get purview, I guess. All right. So around midday, Antamon comes into the Herald's Tavern, and he greets the children as they wait around with you in the strike in the tavern. Them mostly excited that a new person's in the area, and then he kind of comes and excuses himself through with Althea, who's been hanging out with you, just kind of enjoying the festival outside the window during most of this time, and kind of sits next to the window and by the table with you. And first thing you hear a jingle clink as he brings out a small pouch and obviously coins inside, a little smaller than you would like. But you untether and open up, and you can see there are platinum pieces, so it makes you smile. He got probably a decent deal on something. Probably loose guesstimate, just holding it in your hand. You can count them later, but we can say the number now. You have 25 platinum pieces that he got
my
for the
God.
necklace, which is 250 gold equivalent, but just account for platinum. And he was clears his throat and kind of leans into the window and just kind of nonchalantly, very relaxed as best he can, looks out. And, well, Altapar, even in his death, is creating issues for everyone. I've never seen people this greedy. No, that's not true. They're this greedy all the time. But they are looking for people brave enough, stupid enough, skilled enough. He looks at you and winks.
Mhm.
To break into his basement. They've figured out a way inside, but the old bastard trapped some shit, and they're willing to pay people just to go inside. So that alone, I don't know, depending on how skilled and stupid you are, it might be worth the gold. I haven't figured out how much. They're kind of keeping that secret because I don't think they want to, entice the wrong stupidity. Kill a bunch of people that don't need to be killed because they're just going in there and they're little tiny rogues that barely can understand how to hold a dagger. I imagine going in there alone is not a good idea, and no, I'm not going to go with you. I will like a small percentage, just because I'm hooking you up with the drow, because they're really kind of trying to keep it in-house. 12th house, that is. But maybe an outside influence. He rubs his fingers together like cash between his fingers.
I suppose I'm skilled enough to break into that old man's basement. The question is whether I really want to. Hard to imagine to think of.
It's kind of like a high percentage that there's something cool in there, is that's what they're saying at least. If he spent this much money just trying to protect what's at the end of this crazy shit, that's a gamble.
It's a gamble, but maybe we couldn't even sell it. What if it's like a portal or some other crazy wizard shit? Like,
Ooh, I don't know. Anton, the glyph maker, 5th house. He's a 400-year-old gnome. Maybe he could buy a portal.
maybe he could. I would be rich.
Anton cannot confirm nor deny this. This is just him trying to be hopeful and trying to encourage you to do something that will make him money for doing nothing, really.
The thing is, I was. Well, it doesn't matter. You are a skilled rogue. Why don't you come with me, old friend?
I can count 4.5 reasons why I shouldn't, and 3 of those reasons I know for sure are dead drow. The other 1.5 reasons involve I'm just I'm the guy that hooks you up. I'm the dodging, the weaving, the slitting the throats. Yeah.
What kind of guy does that make me?
Well, you're not slitting throats. You're gonna. I don't know. I'm not that that kind of rogue. Yeah, right? No, like, I get the information, you do the crazy shit. No? Okay. Well, what about this guy? Like, this guy, come on. He looks like he could run through here and destroy all of it. Right? I heard what he did to Altabar.
Yeah, it's true. He isn't the stealthiest though.
Well,
True. But are you sure? I mean, you would go on yourself and get the full reward.
uh, well, yeah. I guess I'll think about it.
I mean, we could like work together, but the thing is, I've been thinking about. Sure, yes, Octopus Basement is surely it is a gamble, but if we succeed, we will be rich, and I hope so at least. But mm,
He
I'm
shrugs.
a busy woman. I don't know if I have time to raid someone's basement all on my own. Don't you know
Hey,
some people
this is a basement. It's like a hallway. It'll take you like a half hour.
half hour? Hantelmann.
um, well, if I go, I think we should get some other people to go with us.
So
What about these guys? They look like they're kind of capable. And Strike growls at him. He's like, "Oh, okay, never mind." Um, yeah, we need some people that can watch our backs, I guess. I'm just making a guess. If they've already killed at least 3 drow, shoving them down this basement might want to take more than 3 people to ensure we
yeah.
survive.
Do you know? Yes, I mean, I guess Strike could come with us, but then use all. We won't be able to sneak up on anything and break into anything if that man comes with us. He is a spectacle. So my question is, do you know any other rogues? I mean, yes, Leandra is also. I am teaching her, but I don't think she's ready for that kind of
Okay, do we really need more than 2 rogues if it's just you and I'm saying, like, do
muscle. Yes.
you... We need some muscle, and we might want someone that can, maybe whisper some arcane words and unlock a door or something. I don't know. Like, I'm not magically inclined, but having a little magic to help bypass some crazy shit is never a bad idea. I
know
I
few mages.
without giving me another day or so to look for some people, I don't know anyone else. And
Well
it'll
then,
take at least a day or so to find people that I want to split that kind of cash with.
do you think it would be worth it? Like if we wait another day?
Uh well, the longer we wait, the more likelihood that they find someone else to do it. So that's the
Hmm.
only downside to this. They might find someone braver than more skilled in that time that is willing to do it for less money, and then they get the cool thing at the end, and we
Unfortunately,
live.
not.
We miss out, and he gets really sad. His greed is very showing. Um, well, well, let's see what we can come up with. I'll see if I can find someone, and then I don't know. You see if you can find some other people. If these ones aren't going, sound like a plan?
It sounds like a plan. Thank you, my friend.
We're all gonna die.
And
No,
he
we're not.
I don't know, adds his ear.
Okay. He kind of nods at you and kind of skitters out, and he will, I guess, meet up with you later on today at some point. Eros and Birdman.
Uh, is the this is just on my mind. Like trying to scale the entire city to under a mile is really messing with my perceptions. That's why I'm like, is the Tarrasque to scale for the city itself?
Let me go to other map that may or may not confirm this.
Because I drive all the time for my other job, so I'm constantly passing mile after mile.
Well, driving's a different idea.
Well, yeah, I know,
Um,
but I'm just trying to the scale of it all.
Yeah, more or less. The Tarrasque's tail is 200 feet long.
Okay, just its tail would be then something like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess if it's all like really congested and it's like just a bunch of small
It's
buildings.
dug down more than it is brought out wide.
Yeah.
Because, like, Strike's tunnels are part of a more. He's added to an already ridiculous tunnel system. And then the human and dwarven editions have allowed people, and especially in the southern part of the city and the Beast Crown, to build up and have these grandiose towers and things.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe it's just living in Vegas where it's a bunch of small
It's very spread out in Vegas, relatively speaking.
Yeah. I imagine it's probably something like the Strip, really, where it's like just a bunch of tall, congested buildings in like one little area. Okay. Okay, just trying to wrap my head around things mentally since my spell literally is conditioned around being within a mile.
Okay, so you guys arrive into the 13th house district. I mean, not the 13th house, the 12th house district, which is opening document thingy.
The land of whores.
Oh no. There's a lot of. This is one of the more retrofitted and consistently reorganized and reconstructed parts of the city. They've invested a lot of money into the 13th house to assist with this. And it's cave structures and basements and collections of buildings that don't really go above 2 or 3 stories, but go down into, below 10th levels of basement structures and things. A lot of stairs, a lot of pulley systems, 1 or 2 kind of magical elevator systems that are controlled by drow mages or whatnot from the 12th house. And then the constant kind of rumbling and gruff nature from the miners that live in this part of the city, that are the equivalent of the God Butchers. They're the Marrow Miners. They're the more recent faction in the last decade or so that's sprung up by the presence of the 12th house. So there's quite a bit of what would be quote unquote lower class humans and dwarves and Animaesus of various qualities that are in this part of the city that's normally for nobles because of the fluid caste structure that the 12th house has kind of tried to establish with the marrow miners, that if you work and mine through the Tarask and outcompete with the other houses and the god butchers, you can gain a level of renown that you just can't get anywhere else. Lady Angeles used this to her benefit to kind of gain her political power before her death. And what's interesting to both Birdman and Eros as you go through here, the only drow you see openly as you walk through the seats is the somewhat shrouded, because it's still midday, woman next to you, Shallow Butter, who's just kind of leading you, sort of. Kind of letting you kind of like get distracted by different spectacles and things that are happening of the different constructions and the monk kind of temple training area for their bloodbenders, and then just the adornment and shop structures that they've kind of established with the miners of different parts of the Tarask. They're trying to create their own market that is still very much in the throat, but they're trying to compete in this part of the city too, as well. And it's an intense urgency. I think this song is fitting, honestly. That just came on here, if you're listening or not, whatever.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, for the upbeat kind of nature of this part of the city, and you are eventually led into this pillared structure that kind of goes backwards into part of the towers of the 12th house, and you're feeling yourself being led to the bottom of the main tower that each of the houses have. And Lady Shallowbutter is like, well, we have to go through protocol if we want to keep up certain pretenses. And she smiles at you, whether you understand or not. She doesn't really care by this point. And she opens a door, and it's a room brightly lit, candles, torches, braziers, all about in a haphazard sense, kind of carpeted, but with like furs of all sorts of animals. And sitting at the far end of this 50 by 50 room, kind of like a trapezoidal shape, as you come in at one kind of corner end of it, is a human man, kind of. He has a couple concubine-looking, harem-looking women that are kind of sitting next to him, feeding him, adorning him. Well-trimmed beard, shirt off, leathers, leather pants, and leather boots, and well-built. Someone who has fought, but probably not as much as he thinks he has. And he's been catered to, you can see, for much of his life. And he rises, and Shallow Butter, out of obligation, not really out of deference, bows to this man and introduces to you, expecting you to kind of bow along in the process, the Binder Lord of the 12th House, Spencer Marcellum. And if you would like to describe Birdman, you would be able to follow to a point, and then you would not be able to.
How could I possibly sneak into a room like this? Would it be impossible, or like I just have to be like, fuck it?
You have magic that can make you invisible.
I do not have magic that can make me invisible.
It is eventually going to get to a point where it kind of veers into a corner to where there's not going to be a way where people aren't going to see you. You won't be able to get into this room. You'll be able to be down the hall. But that's like the best you'll be able to do, just normal stealth parameters.
I would I guess just tell Eros, like, hey, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to follow you from this very far point on. I might be able to, if you tell them I'm here, if you want them to know that I'm here.
No, it's fine. I'll let you know the directions just in case I need you to come in.
Son of a bitch. Okay. And he just kind of like, I guess just waits. By this point, I imagine I've probably changed out of my suit. Like, I'm not in my suit anymore. I'm in, like, the ranger gear. Like, the cloak and the armor and shit.
Yeah.
And I'll be, like, every little detail I can, I'll just run it through the telepathy to give him, like, a visual understanding of the area just in case. Like, oh, I'm turning right, or oh, I'm turning left, blah, 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 blah.
Is there any way I could, like, dress up like a drow without looking like a drow? I don't know.
Do you have a disguise kit?
I don't.
Okay.
I could try.
You can roll a charisma check. And maybe I don't know. You need to get something. I imagine you could probably procure something. The easiest way to do this would be like spend some inspiration point. So let's say, roll a charisma check, a deception check, and a stealth check as well.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna give everyone in the party another inspiration point for reasons that I can't explain because you split the party. So
Well, this is what happens when you design a campaign in a city.
I would just like to say though, when I give inspiration points like this, it usually means something maybe not in your favor is happening in the background. But life happens. Okay. Didn't 100% expect this to happen. But that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. So deception, stealth. Okay. This is what I imagine happens. You get a drow cloak that's like you find a storage room on your way in here, and you find someone's discarded cloak or whatnot. You kind of tag it on and kind of help disguise you as best, but you have this fucking beak.
Yeah, right.
There's only so much you can do about the beak. So it's to the point where like you get to the hallway that Eros described that leads to this door that she went through, and you can see the stack of a dozen or so guards standing outside, intermixed between two different parties. You recognize at least two of them, you're pretty sure, from those that were following Eros through the city, as you were as well. They're just now waiting outside the door, and it's like one of them like sees you for the split second, and you're able to flip around with that decent stealth check and like turn yourself to where they just see that they presume you just like turn the corner around this other hallway. So you're like within a run to Eros, but you can't get in that room without someone seeing your beak because there's like these dozen or so guards that are like hanging outside.
Okay.
There, and you're still up top. You generally get the impression with the stairwell you see nearby and a couple of these other tunnels and pulley systems, there's a vast network of tunnels beneath you that you're glad you caught up with Eros now, because you're pretty sure if she goes any further down, your urban will not assist you anymore. You will need
Right.
someone that has Underdark and to assist you with like keeping up with this stuff.
Right. I think I let her know that. To be like, hey, we're getting way out of city territory here.
Yeah, kind of noticed a little bit. It's fine. They're not really here to capture me. I'm technically only here for entertainment purposes.
Well, God knows how deep they're gonna take you.
Oh, it's gonna go deep.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that, you fucking creep. Anyway. Anyway,
Birdman, get an inspiration
yeah.
point. All right. Well, you have this human guy that's waiting for you to show deference, Eros, as he is the Binder Lord.
Eros goes into her performance mode. Eros goes into her performance mode. Puts on her smile, bows, and says,
I haven't heard much about you, but I don't hear much about any Binder Lords. More of you all remain so secretive. It's hard to find out information.
Well, it's our prerogative to do so. We do keep a treasured secret. Not all of us have the
I bet
poise,
you very treasured.
such as you.
I bet you keep a very treasured secret.
I keep many, indeed. I am really here to make sure you are indeed as entertaining and he wants to use another word, but he just shakes his head. Entertaining, as we all say you are. Please have a seat. He claps his hand. A couple of his servant girls like bring tea or whatever you want. One of them asks you in common if there's anything else you would want.
Ale.
She chuckles and goes away, and as you wait for the ale, he stares you up and down, and you are as beautiful as the rumors foretell. I think I'm curious as to what performance you will greet us with. And how close do you sit to him? It's like pillows and carpets and things everywhere. It's like a 20 by 20 space in this big 50 by 50 trapezoidal room.
probably, kind of like just one cushion away type of deal.
Okay. Only because of your recent gain of telepathy do you notice something about him that he seems to be very intunely aware of your presence and where you're at, like without even looking at you. It's not telepathy, you don't get that impression, but he is that perceptive. Like he just can and you're further kind of getting the impression with your passive insight and perception, this guy, you think his real job is to what's the word? Examine you to make sure that you're worthy for who's ever really in charge. You have never met someone that is this perceptive, I will say.
Someone that rivals my own.
And it's not magic. Yeah. Someone that rivals your own, and it's not magic. His passive perception isn't as high as yours, but he has something else about him that is just... You don't know. Game mechanics terms, he has the equivalent of blind sight when you're within range of him. He doesn't need to be 100% aware of you. So, you're not sure. He's a high level rogue.
Well, my entertainment is more of a passing whim of fancy. I don't like planning. Spur of the moment things are my deal.
Well, it looks like you planned your outfit.
Well, the outfits always have to be planned. The girl can't just walk out with nothing on. She has to think about what she's doing.
He nods at that and takes a big big sip of his tea. And then he's like, yes, I think I'll have some ale as well. They kind of bring out some ale. And he's like, I must ask a few questions. And then we can move onward. Or backward, depending on how you answer. Your intentions tonight are simply for entertainment purposes only, yes?
Of course. That's the only thing I was told about.
I would like persuasion or deception check to convince him of your either truth with persuasion, or if you actually want to hide something from him about what you're going to do tonight, then now's the time, I guess, to do so. You're generally getting the he's rolling an active insight check right now to see, can he trust you?
21.
Okay. And he... Good. And you, I was informed you might have other performers. Is that wrong? I was hoping to meet them here today.
Well,
Is Shalabutter still here?
Yeah, like in the back of the room, like within earshot, but not like in your conversation.
Eros will glance at her quickly and say,
I heard a friend of mine, my protege, was recently taken along here.
She was. We needed a performance. It was good. It was good. The house was raucous and impatient. So we felt, with the Severines and the engagements of the ghouls and the search for the woman that was trying to destabilize me, we thought it a good idea the other night to bring in someone who's trained by the great, since we could not find you. She's quite fine, I'm sure. I have not seen her in a few days, though. I assume she did a performance and then went on her own.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
You can roll an insight check if you would like.
Yes, I will. Oh, I will probably have to. I will add my side eye to it. So that is a 17.
I'm gonna say your side eye allows you the briefest telepathy, like millisecond, like that you catch of Um, he is proud of Shallow Butter, and you can see a moment of his memory when Shallow Butter is by him being adorned with Roxana's necklace. Shallow Butter isn't currently wearing it, but there is that. You're not sure he's 100% telling the truth. You think that Roxana is probably still here somewhere and is probably not safe. But you don't think you think now that you're here, she's probably safer than when you weren't here.
Well, I'll catch up to her some other time.
Well, I hope everything works out. I think everything in here is. I've enjoyed our conversation, but I am a busy man. If the matron would be most pleased to meet you, I think she is my most trusted confidant. And I hope to be able to see your performance later, but unfortunately, I might be too busy. So, Shallow Butter, I think everything is fine here, and he, signs in a dialect of Thieves' Cant that you don't 100% recognize to Shallow Butter. While he says that, you can roll a intelligence investigation check or history check.
They're both shite anyway. Wow. I'm just gonna let that be.
And then Shallow Butter kind of nods and leads you out of his room, and he kind of tells, as he's leaving, he's telling his servants to gather his leathers, his jerkin, and he has a dinner to attend to. And Shallow Butter leads you down a group of stairs. You lose track of the time of how long you kind of like walk down hallways and stairs. There's rooms and tunnels and things on each side, but she consistently just keeps leading you kind of down. It's like probably 20-30 minutes. And you eventually see this very odd pale white light that intermixes with this opalescent purple that kind of breaks your view as you walk down the tunnel, and after being in mostly darkness, and other than what torch or everything else you would need to kind of take down there, they probably give you something. The drow doesn't need it, but they probably give you something to make you feel comfortable. And eventually this pale light is, the ambiance of it is not like, it is non-aggressive enough to where like you don't feel like you want the torch, but you almost want it. Like it plays with the shadows, and you eventually see as well as you come closer to this, down this long tunnel structure, at first you think it's rope, like this white rope that's kind of weaved around the opening, and then eventually you realize it's web. For you don't want to see the spider that's this big to have created the webs like this.
Eris likes
Or may-
animals, though.
you know.
She doesn't mind bugs. She's fine with them.
And there's Shallow Butter walks up to this threshold. It's like 25-foot wide kind of cavern where the light's kind of coming up and the tethered and rope like webbing kind of grips, and it creates this tunnel that you kind of walk through that's about that 25-foot wide, and you're eventually greeted by a pair of dark red eyes. As you get closer, you eventually realize it's another drow that's kind of on guard, so to speak. And you, Shallow Butter, and this guard, after they speak in their native tongue together, kind of walk up to this three-pronged door. I guess it's a door. It looks like it has like ethereal like webbing as like its door structure. And the drow guard kind of motions for Shallow Butter and you to walk up to it, and Shallow Butter, noticing your confusion about what this actually is, just kind of nods at you and walks in first. And she gets stuck in this web for a moment, this like ethereal web, and then it eventually she like popping through like a plastic button almost. There's this like whoop sound, and she just kind of goes through this web. That kind of is like this magical protective door. And do you follow, Eros?
This will probably fail, but I'll do. Can I do an Arcana check on it as I just look at this ethereal web?
Yes.
That's
What was your question?
technically add a side eye to it. Ooh, 14. Will this interrupt? Will this interact with my telepathic line? Just in any way, either by noticing it or disrupting it or something like that.
Can you post that ability?
Yes. Leave. Boop.
Um.
Oh, that means I should actually 4 more die.
3. Okay. You get the impression that this is let me look real quick at a magic thing. This is a conjuration magic. You're pretty sure. You experiment is half the way we find out things, but you're not sure she is still. You can see her on the other side, but the way this looks and the way there's this like this ethereal window kind of nearby too. It's almost like you're wondering if this is like a small demi plane or something she's going to, so it might interrupt that connection.
She'll say to Birdman, I might be entering a demiplane, so the connection might break. Might. I don't know.
I imagine the camera pans to Birdman, or he's like, you see him sitting straight up, and he's like, huh. Because I imagine he's like sitting in the hallway. He's like sitting down in the little hallway, like waiting. He's like, Wait, so what you're telling me is that you're going into a place where I won't be able to reach you any longer?
Well, telepathically speaking.
Well, okay, but like, is this like a snatch and grab? Do I need to kick some ass? Do I need to find another way in? What's going on? Am I busting the door down, or am I just kind of sitting here?
Well, the pathway to this place is a very, very, very long hallway.
Okay.
Like, very long. There's a
Okay.
giant spider web that you gotta pass by. This weird pale white light with some purple mixed into it, hazy. Guard at the door. And then the door opens to this weird ethereal spider web.
Okay, so odds not great. Okay.
Odds not great, but they only think I'm here for entertainment purposes.
But you are here for entertainment purposes. You're leaving right after, right?
Well, yeah, as long as I also get Roxana as well, then yes.
Oh. Well, this just became a problem.
It was a problem when she went with him in the first place.
I mean, of course, but that's like her business. We can get her back at a later date. I mean, maybe we can like trade somebody for her.
No need to trade. I'll just, impress them so much that they'll just hand her over anyway.
Give her back. Yeah, I mean, I trust you. I mean, okay. Well, I'm not gonna go down there and save you.
Don't worry.
I would rather not get stabbed by Drow today.
I just want you to know, I love your feathers.
Okay. Well, I will be here. I'll be here. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be up here just kind of chilling, thinking about that. Good luck.
Yep.
Come back.
And I pass through the webbing.
And then the camera goes back to Birdman, and you see it flip upside down as he's been actually sitting on his head with his fucking with his legs spread out in the hallway. Like, I'm gonna be like this for a minute. You're just kind of thinking, like, should probably find a more comfortable place to sit. And then he kind of gets up and finds a better place to go sit.
This isn't how people sit.
No, yeah, the camera looks like he's sitting, but then it flips around and he's actually just sitting on his head. Like, I hate that woman. I hate her so much.
All right. Well, let's see what the rest of us are doing. Cotton, Mel, Setch, Cotton, you're trying to get people to assist with this heist. Mel and Setch, you've finished repairs. What do you three want to do?
Well, Cotton is
As
still
far
kind of
as-
waiting on. Sorry, go first.
As far as we know, like, we don't know that the hijinks are happening, right?
No.
Yeah.
We also wouldn't know that Cotton's or everybody else is doing their own thing either.
Yeah.
Yep. You guys haven't communicated very well with each other today. So- And by you guys, I really mean Eros, but nonetheless, I imagine you guys would be loosely aware of the Herald's Tavern as like the hangout spot. So there's that information. You did eavesdrop on Eros's conversation before she left about the general ambiance of what she's doing. Whether or not you know how to find her is the other story, but or if you want to find her is the other story. What do you guys do? This is what happens when you split the party.
We don't know what's going on. You want to go get some coffee?
Sure, why not? Let's go get coffee. Why not?
Sounds great.
Okay, it's imported in from the dwarves to the south.
Dwarves love
From the other continent. Some good brew. Okay. Coffee shop. What does Cotton do?
Cotton is still waiting on the real estate list because she is also planning on checking out the other, like, Altipa's other estates. Maybe not her directly. Maybe she will send the children on a little lookout mission. To see if they're like lived in or vacant or if it's like warehouses, so they can locate other parts of his wealth. And until then, until that is kind of cleared up, she probably wouldn't go into the tower with Hantelmann. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like the tower would be, she would go with, she would probably ask Strike, but we can't ask Strike today if he would do that, so yeah. So I guess Cotton is still kind of waiting, maybe. Isn't that like a meetup she could go to not a meetup point that she could recruit someone. I mean, actually, I don't think she would do that. She has enough people to probably check out. No, what I said in the beginning, she is waiting for Birdman, and in the meantime, she is going to stay at the tavern. Maybe she would go out and walk around in the like surrounding area, look at the festival with the kids, but right now she's still waiting for Eros and Birdman to come back. Maybe Birdman.
Okay. Waiting. Okay. This is not where I thought we were going to be by this point in the session. So my brain is trying to figure out how to piece all these things.
Cthulhu attacks the entire city. Good luck.
Yes, no. I did that in a different campaign. We're not going to do that again. Okay, so Hantelmann will eventually return later on in the day and explain he can't. Not a lot of people are willing without a significant cash kind of upfront, kind of doing this thing. He's realizing the aggressiveness of what Altapar has done to the city with the kind of a over the top nature that Eros's kind of flair is kind of added to it. A lot of people are intimidated by this thing. So he is unsure what to do without having more time to try to arrange the situation. Coffee is relatively expensive, all things considered. So you guys spend like 5 silver on like a good brew.
I will pay for the coffee.
But there are multiple little like tea houses and taverns and whatnot you guys can go to throughout the city. Lots of people trying to spend the coin they're earning and kind of avoid the sludge of the city with the blood festival. Kind of go to these places to kind of like escape, some ways. So they're pretty packed, I would say. And I guess that's my narration to those things. Cotton, what do you do with anything you want to do with Hantelmann's information, I guess?
The thing is, I can't, like, I want to go into the dungeon, but I think Strike should come with me. And he isn't here. And I don't know if like Strike would do it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And also she wouldn't be able to coordinate like checking out Aldipus other real estate, but that probably isn't as important because it isn't as well known probably. So she could do that afterwards, after they go into the tower. So I guess she says to Hantelmann, I want to go into the tower, and you can, and I would like for you to come with me. And I think my friend Strike would also be willing to help us, definitely, but he can today. He might maybe tomorrow. Do you think we have like maybe a day more and
Eh,
everything would be
he shrugs.
Hmm.
He shrugs. If we're not up to it today, it may not be there tomorrow. I'm not sure. Like, if we don't get to it today, then, probably is going to go to the 12th house, which is just sad because they've been getting all the shit, but.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Could we just go in without the 12th house corporation, like, or is that too risky for you? You know, kind of going behind your people's back.
Yeah, well. Another day, another dollar, some other time, I guess. We at least got the information. If you end up getting another group today that wants to get it together, you can send me a whistle.
Sure.
Kind of shrugs and just gonna go to the bar probably and get a drink and probably be here for a little while longer and then probably head off to his business. And Eros, you are made to wait for an extreme amount of time with shallow butter in this room, and I'm gonna drop you all on the map. Just give me a moment so you guys can at least kind of see. And
Giant spider.
it's a statue chandelier thing. Oh, there should be more light in here. I forgot to give shallow butter a torch.
Wow.
That she'd be carrying for you. And these are statue eggs? Real eggs? You're not exactly sure.
Can I do a nature check?
You could do a nature check.
Like
Yo, what the?
I've spent plenty of time in the forest,
Well, I'm out here
and
like
19.
sitting on my head.
I
Oh,
am saying on my head.
they might. Some of them might be old and petrified. Some of them look kind of nasty. Some of them, they're real. They're real. Yeah, they're real.
Huh?
You're not sure they're they're spider eggs, but you're not sure they're spider eggs, if that makes sense.
How many are born at once? Like thousands? I saw one spider egg out in the forest come out of this like corpse of I think it was a squirrel. There were like hundreds of them, all crawling around, all on their little legs.
Glorious. This is a ancient brood. We have petrified the mother, and she still gives us eggs every few years. We keep the eggs. Sometimes they hatch and give us friends to use. Train I'm not quite sure the right word for it. They're odd little creatures. Some have this ability to phase into the ethereal. Others can produce a webbing that they can electrify. And another one, they're quite cute and friendly, actually. They serve as our alarm guard. They make these little tooting noises that are quite annoying and quite painful to the ear if you're too close to them. But allow us to understand if someone has come where they don't belong. Most of them have been given your scent. That's one thing that we needed to gather in that room while you talked with Marcellum. She is beautiful, is she not? Points towards.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that she's, is it, like, it looks like a statue. It doesn't look like, say, if someone was in a hold person spell or a hold creature, it looks like they're actually, or does it still look real? Kind of deal.
It looks real. Yeah. It looks like it's like been frozen in time almost. And a door opens to see this relatively scantily clad drow woman. Long white hair, just arcane runes tattooed minutely around her body at certain points. Above her eyes, on her shoulders, above her heart, on her wrists and ankles and knees, kind of in gold and silver, kind of metallic, kind of tattoo ink. And then has these like gold, silvery gauntlets and breastplate and stuff like that. And she, the eyes of the spider statue turn and look at her when she comes in the room. And she kind of bows to you gently, not too aggressively, very low bow, and smiles at you warmly, like it is endearing, her smile that she gives to you. And she introduces herself as Nefertiri. She is the head mage of the house, and she has been sent to show you to where you will stay tonight when you're done with the performance, so you can make yourself comfortable. And you will be meet the matron within the hour when she is done with her other appointments. And she kind of brushes for you to follow her through the door that she came in, and Shallow Butter does not follow you, and there is a little bit of light coming from in there, but not a lot from where she's going.
First, I want to test the connection with Birdman. Is it still there?
Yes, but it's like talking through water almost. Like there's like a muffled nature to it. Like it probably takes Birdman an extra second for him to realize you're speaking to him because it's so muffled.
What the hell?
Birdman, come in, Birdman.
Birdman is here. I don't know what the hell you're doing, but where I'm from, we talk like normal people.
The demi-plane is causing interference, but the connection's still secure then.
Yeah, no shit.
It's like an
Wait,
echo at the
what?
same time.
yeah.
It's like the Debbie, you know, and then it like
Causing interference. Yeah, no shit.
and then you like can focus on it, and it kind of goes away, but then her voice kind of muffles and is really quiet and whispered. It's weird.
Okay. Are you? Oh my god. You're really about to make me get up right now.
For the sake of brevity, we'll say you guys eventually understand each other. We'll just say for narrative sake, like this conversation probably takes you
Can you hear
4
me now?
times
Can you hear me now?
to get out.
Can you hear me
Because
now?
you guys are, it's such a wobbly sound that you're.
Okay.
We learned to talk through the wobbles.
There's just lag on Eris' head. That's all.
There's just lag.
Yeah.
Just a bit of lag. Well, since that works.
You got Airbird, man.
Cool. Well, everything's good so far. They said something about they want to give me a room to stay the night. I don't know about that, but we'll see. Anyway, I'll stay in touch.
What am I supposed to do? Just sit here?
Go handle business. As long as you're in the city, I just need you within a mile. If something goes wrong, I'll tell you.
What if I inopportunely just so happen to be, let's say, eating a kebab, and then you're in danger?
Well,
What am
you
I
can
supposed to
run
do if I'm eating a kebab and you're in danger?
3 other kebabs in his other hand.
I'm literally eating them right now,
You
upside down.
Right. Well,
You
you
can't
lose
eat-
you lose 5 copper for your kebabs.
You can't eat and walk at the same time?
No. How can I do that?
Wow, so all those times I've seen you take kebabs and walk and eat at the same time.
And run.
Look,
and
this isn't about every other time, Eros. This is about right now, in this moment. Theoretically, what could I be doing right now with my time, except 100%, hang on, takes a bite, worrying about you all the time.
In here, I thought we were best friends.
We are best friends. I'm literally outside waiting for you to come out.
But listen, it'll just be, probably another hour or so, maybe
An
more.
hour or
I don't
so.
know.
Okay, now what if I theoretically had no more kebabs left, and then went to leave and go get kebabs, and then you were in trouble while I was gone? What am I
Well-
gonna do then?
Well, then you better steal a kebab or two and then run your ass over.
Let's say theoretically I've already stolen 4 of them, and 2 of them are gone. I'll need to get another 2 eventually. I have another 2, but what if I need another 4? What if I get hungry enough to leave again?
Well, then I guess I'll just have to delay them while you get kebabs, okay?
True. Okay, honestly, this sounds like a very, very good plan. I'm just gonna stay here and I'm gonna go get some kebabs. I'll be right back.
Cool. And then, Eros says to Shallowbetter before following off. Well, nice seeing you. Talk to you another time. Keep up with the sex life.
Shallow Butter just smiles as you follow behind. And
I see problems in your future.
there are problems in your future. I'm gonna just move forward with something because that's what's gonna happen. Okay, so Strike, while you're waiting in the tavern, trying to figure out plans, got a couple maps of the area of this heist, and just realizing that without further assistance, it might be a little difficult today. Strike storms up from his seat and recognizes a humanoid that comes into the tavern, shrouded in some dark leather, brown, black leather, kind of pulled over her head, hiding her ears, and she smiles and kind of hugs Strike back, and then waves over to Cotton and is first thing out of her mouth after just simple like hello is, "Oh, where's Birdman?
Oh,
Eros,
the one who's.
they
Hmm?
Eros as well."
Yes. Good to see you. What brings you here?
They called for me?
Hmm.
I
Well,
was I used a few contacts. I had a teleport spell to get me here with a friend, and is everything okay? You guys had something about someone being arrested and an assassination, and
look,
uh,
Cotton
I
kind
don't
of
know.
like waffles.
Altapar has blown up something. I was confused.
Cotton kind of ruffles through the papers, the maps, and pulls out the note Eros wrote earlier that day and hands it to Talaria.
Ah, well,
All I know is I don't know.
they at least cleared their names. Um, Caught up and everything. Maybe I was a little too urgent in coming, I guess. Nonetheless, maybe you and Strike can help. I was really hoping for Birdman as his law experience would assist with this. I have a friend that came with me from the south, a dwarf I met on the road, capable warrior, saved my life, and after I saved his, and we've continued to do so these last uh, few days. But we lost a friend, um, one of his friends, really. He's a powerful wizard that was able to use his last bit of arcane energy to send us here. At my request, fearing for the worst of the city, with uh, my friend has a quest to find something. He is from far to the south. This dwarf. He was sent to some artifact he's learned of. And well, kind of why it all worked out. But we got here and a few hours ago, and my friend was arrested in a way, I guess. I was able to escape. He allowed for that distraction. I was hoping if Birdman could um use his sway, but maybe we could um find out some other plan to, if not, I understand if you have too much going on now, but it's just I'm worried that he's not the dwarves that are from this city. He will not understand exactly, I think, why. I don't even understand. And she seems to just kind of nervously kind of blabber.
Mm.
Cotton do.
Well, Cotton goes up to her, kind of pats her on her shoulder, maybe trying to soothe her. I I can try to contact Birdman and see, but I don't think that he will be here anytime soon. Is there anything I can do for you right now?
Uh, do you know how to find the prisons? She
Which
gives you kind of she gives you kind of a sly look, like very much strongly insinuating, like, can you help me break into prison then? Like, if we can't do it the legal way?
Well, I've broken into a prison before, rather unsuccessfully, I might add, but yes, I could.
Just confirm for Leandra her, how badass you are. It's like, okay, well, shit. um, Talaria kind of nods at that. Just the two of us?
We can make it
Um,
if we try. What?
Yeah, I maybe Strike can come with us. I don't want to take any of the kids. It's too. I don't want to.
No, I
They
wasn't suggesting them. We will have to probably get our hands dirty.
Strike when she kind of looks over to him.
I think someone should stay with the kids.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Well then, I guess
Maybe Mel or Setch could help. I don't know.
It should be Brian. Brian's the best example for them. What?
but I don't know where they are.
Uh, just ask around. I bet you'll find them.
Sure, let's find them. See you later, guys.
Leandra, I wanted to break into prison.
Leander, no.
No, maybe next year.
I love you.
Strikes. Okay. Roll per investigation or persuasion check with advantage. Because of Talaria's help. Cotton to see where you find how quickly you find the other two. Okay. Okay. You probably eavesdrop on something with your insane passive hearing perception about coffee or something, so you guys start to like go to different tea shops and whatnot, little inns and whatnot that are known for their coffee, and probably the second or third one away from the Herald's Tavern, you find Mel and Setch sitting together, calmly drinking brew, enjoying this very
No
calm
weird shenanigans going on.
cool
Just
music. This is,
Calm before the fucking inevitable storm with this group.
and then you guys see Cotton, the little, Lynx in 3 foot half, 3.5 foot or so, white Lynx and lady come in with this shrouded, very beautiful woman following her that has a hood on.
I just look at Mel and just like sign with my mouth. Fuck. Well, this
Mel
is
just
my
puts a
bastard.
hand over her face.
Cotton approaches, kind of knocks on the table, like, good day. I see you enjoying coffee. She kind of smells it and it like makes a face. I'd imagine that it smells rather intensely for her.
Definitely not an Animaesus thing. I definitely think the humans brought this from the east, like, and the dwarves from the south. Like
Yeah.
Animaesus, like coffee is very foreign. I imagine Animaesus.
Yeah, I imagine too.
Who's that? And I'll like point back to the guy while looking at Cotton.
Oh, that's
the cloak.
do you want
That's
to
a what? Sorry.
introduce yourself?
Yes. In Elvish. She does a bow and introduces herself, and then in common, she repeats part of it. That's probably the part about my name is Talaria. And she does this very traditional, like there's this circle handshake thing that she mimics to like say hi to you, sort of. That's like this part of the bow. Very traditional elvish thing she does. And elves are not common. Drow are common, but like wood elf? Fuck no. You guys know of these, and they exist outside the city, but seeing one in the city is very, very odd.
That's an unusual sight to see. What brings you to the city?
Fingers.
Gloria.
Kind of rude to not answer her question, Talaria. Jeez.
Right? So
Hell.
mean. God.
God damn stupid button. I am friends with these little creatures from, and then she's like, not so little, I guess, with Strike, but Eros as well as a good friend. We have been in contact with her strange magic to speak miles and miles at a distance. They helped me months ago figure out the evil within the 12th house and confirm it. It is something I've investigated for a while. And she looks at Cotton like assuming like it's okay to say this to you two just based upon the situation of why you brought her to these two. Like she's assuming you guys are partially aware of like the situation, and you guys are. So it's just like most people don't talk about it so up front like she's saying. Like you can tell this is something she's passionate about.
So I don't know if you have anything planned for today other than drinking coffee. And she has like she sat down in the meantime. We have a problem, a possible solution, and we could use your help.
Did you make this problem yourself?
Yes, you're speaking very vaguely. Please just plainly
Really?
lay out what would you like us to do?
She kind of leans in. Talaria wants to attain something in the prisons and needs us to break in.
Hilaria awkwardly smiles at you too.
How deep in the prison are we talking?
Cotton kind of
Hilaria looks to Cotton, and Cotton, you both don't know.
I don't know. I have broken into a prison before, and I'd imagine it's possible, definitely, to do it better than last time, but I
Okay.
have no.
So here's what you're saying. You're saying you want us to break into a highly guarded facility,
Yep.
steal presumably a highly valued item, and you're saying that last time you did something similar, you failed.
Well, to be clear, this time
Never my task to break into the prison. I just
did.
happened so.
Oh, you just stumbled into breaking into a prison. It's like whoopsie daisies. Guess I broke into this
You know
prison.
what? You know what? If you go and watch the episode, that's exactly what it was. Yeah.
Literally what happened.
That's what
Yeah,
it
that's pretty much exactly what happened. Yeah.
was. They stumbled into prison.
How
It
does
sounds-
one accidentally break into a prison?
Well, how does one purposefully make a mouse into a soup? We just let it happen.
It just happens.
Did you just say how does one purposefully make a mouse
okay.
into a soup?
Yeah. You ever seen a cat or a dog have zoomies?
I accidentally killed the mouse.
Yeah.
Like Cotton had a moment that day and needed some zoomies.
And just zoomed into a prison?
Yeah.
There were some epic
What?
tumble checks and acrobatics checks and climb checks
And
along the
bribing
way.
cops
And bribing cops.
and Seinfeld bits. It was really bad.
Listen. You have to see it to
it
believe
eventually got calmed down by Eros, if I remember correctly. But
Magic cat.
Okay, how is that accidentally breaking into a prison?
because that
Sounds
wasn't
like it
the
was
initial
pretty
purpose.
purposeful.
Literally
That wasn't the
the point.
The original purpose was she was just supposed to deliver this barrel, and then
She
things
was
just got
a-
complicated
She was about
because one of their
to.
other friends was also captured. This woman Roxana that's been mentioned today, one of the second scene they dealt with her was more or less breaking her out of prison.
She's a nightmare, dude. We'll just put it that way.
So there's layers. There's layers.
It's easier if you see it for yourself. Just go see it for yourself. You'll learn.
Yeah, just let her break into the prison again, man. Just
You're
let her-
definitely getting the impression with your passive insights. Cotton knows this prison. And to be clear, there is one prison officially. Each of the houses might have unofficial places where they keep people, like where Altipar is being kept right now. Okay? But the official prison for the city is underneath the stage courts, and it's purposefully small. They do not like to... Prisoners are better used as performers on the stage than they are hidden below, is the general opinion of the city. So this guy, well, Mel and Sedge don't know it's a guy yet, but the guy that's been discussed, he doesn't have long before he's going to be forced to become a performer, which, think feudal court system, but with a tinge of carnival. And that's what the stage courts are.
So
And
it's like-
Birdman is an attorney in this system.
I thought that was horseshit. I thought he would just fucking. Such just like
Yes.
scratches his temple and goes, "Well, what are we trying to steal exactly? An
No,
item, a person,
unclear.
documents."
Keep in
Um,
mind.
Talaria will speak up. My friend has been captured. And without legal, justifiable means as an immigrant, I'm afraid his chances are slim.
Well,
So
breaking... Sorry, you go.
we're breaking a person out of prison.
Apparently
It's a
so.
lot.
Yeah.
Talaria just looks at Cotton. Talaria has that awkward look of like, fuck, I realize I'm asking these people to like break a big law right now. Shit. Like, didn't think this through. Talaria is... Yeah.
And
No,
how did this person find themselves to be in prison?
I had no idea there were laws about transporting magical equipment
Smuggling.
into the city. They had a caster of some sort. I do not think it was a cleric. Some mage that did a detect magic ritual as they were passing through. Just happened in that 20 minutes. I've been through this gate a dozen times, and I've never seen a diviner like this. And
They were smuggling illegal magical goods into the city.
oh yeah, don't you? I
Very much.
doubt all of
I'm
I
just
doubt all
trying
the
to get a
items
good
on you
sense.
are exactly legal within this city based upon the skewed laws I sort of understand.
Are you accusing me of having illegal objects?
I'm saying that I know Cotton does, and I'm assuming.
I'm just trying
bl-
to get a good grasp of
She
what we're
blushes a little
dealing
bit.
with here.
He came here looking to trade and find an artifact. This city is the largest trade post on the southern part of the continent. I assumed it'd be a good place to take him. He found no luck from his people to the south. I don't know, other than he's looking for some stone in the shape of a tortoise. I know the Animaesus had the tortoise people here century back or so. I assume it's some lost thing here. I do not am somewhat ashamed to admit I am using him to help me in my own aims to destroy the 12th house. Yes, but he. And she realized she maybe didn't need to say that, and you're getting the impression she's very nervous right now, Cotton. You've never seen Talaria this nervous. She's very you realize Talaria is kind of desperate. Like, this guy was someone she thought could be the one, so to speak, her hero she was looking for.
Right. And if per se we were to help you, what would that gain us?
She looks at Cotton confusedly.
This is a big risk we're taking. It shouldn't be for
Yes,
nothing.
I. If you need something to ensure when this is done, I can give you this. And she points at this brooch that hangs on her chest. And it kind of tethers around her like a chain around and under her bosom, and then it kind of climbs up her shoulder, and you see the chain grips around her skin to these gauntlets. And you all three, whether it's because you're a thief and you're just good at recognizing arcane things, or whether because the other two of you are just very magical creatures, relatively speaking, you sense a very strong abjuration charms and runes you see on her. Like, this is something that she crafted herself for some purpose, and she's basically saying she'll give you this if you do that. And Cotton has seen what this thing can do. So if Cotton wants to roll a history check, if you don't remember, I can remind you what this thing does. As best as you understand, the gauntlets, she can summon ethereal blades that can cut through pretty much anything. And she has a means to heighten her temporal awareness. She can like run faster, but not because of her speed, because this thing like slows down time around her.
Oh, fucking hell.
And it creates mechanically it acts as temporary hit points, but it creates like this force field around her.
And you want all of us four to go in and try and break into the prison? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the more people that come, the easier it will be.
Well,
Not
I wouldn't say
necessarily
that.
true. the more people that
But-
come, the more fuck up that can happen.
Yes. The thing is, this prison doesn't have like the entries, the main gate. There are usually like, about maybe 2 guards, and sneaking past them is difficult. They are guarding a staircase. We could scout for a different entry point, or we could maybe create a diversion, if one of you is willing to do that. Also, suppose something went wrong, which I don't expect because, well, I mean, I am very sneaky if I want to. I mean, if I can break into this prison without even wanting to imagine what I can do if I'm actually planning on doing so. So maybe that's one way to look at it.
Well, something does go wrong. I have a
If-
way to make myself another person, not really be there anymore. So as long as there's no anti-magic
Yes.
shenanigans going on that you know about.
I didn't encounter anything like that last time.
And when would this incursion be planned for?
That's a good question.
The sooner
Or
the
do
better.
you have a plan? Tell me, is what you've already told us the entire plan?
No.
Or do you have a more specific, laid out, structured, less room for mistakes plan?
Okay. I am not sure whether you guys will come along. Thus, my plan isn't finished. So, are you willing to trust me or not? If you're not willing to trust me, I can do this alone. That's fine with me.
Well, I can
But I
kind of do this
use your
alone if
assistant.
you need me to.
With that history check,
Mhm.
we could do a thing. And I could like
Yeah.
narratively drop you guys on the map as
Mhm.
like what Cotton remembers, and you guys could kind of like look around and like lay out a plan and stuff like that. It was like mimicking like Cotton like in the dirt or whatever, like drawing the map of like what it is.
Mhm.
All right, Cotton. If you can get me a drawn map of the entire of as much prison as you can, I can probably do this by myself and get that person out in a snap.
Let's see what I remember. And she, I guess, grabs a napkin or whatever.
You son of a bitch! I'm in.
You son of a bitch. Well, if he's in, I'm out.
I'm chilling.
We actually gonna have a heist session.
Although I would
Yes, please.
although I would love to just break him out legally. This will be funnier.
Okay.
This will be funnier.
This will be
that
funnier.
map is huge. I didn't mean to make it so tall, but that's okay. Okay. The prison as Mel remember, not as Mel, as Cotton remembers it. Mel was right beneath Cotton as I was trying to grab Cotton's token. Okay, so I'm gonna
Mel might have been in prison. Who knows?
I'll drop you. I'm gonna drop you all on the map. So this is like you guys using, stones and whatnot on this structure to remind it. So above this circular structure that takes up most of the northern part of the map, Cotton would explain is the stage courts, which is the main floor, which is right above the prison. So they have an easier time bringing the performers, the prisoners, and people trying to go through the court to the system. It's right above, so the stairwell connects right to that. Birdman's well aware of that floor, and Cotton knows little about that floor, and it's basically like we don't need to go up there. And then there's 2 floors above it, which are where the It's storage and like where the judges stay, which are very grandiose, kind of noble people. Inquisitors might be a better word than judge. And then this is like the back side of it, sort of. There's this alleyway that's represented by how tall this is, that you guys would have to approach the alleyway this way from the very far south and have like this 200-foot kind of that they can kind of just see you, or you guys have to climb and through the alleyways and streets the other way, which is slower, but less likely to be seen. Nonetheless, you eventually have to get to the stairwell, which you can climb on the side of the building and like either jump down. When they first came, Cotton and all them, they were under the guise of Birdman, who was using his kind of clout to kind of approach, and then Cotton was using that sort of as a distraction. But there's usually 2 to 4 guards at this stairwell that goes down 20 feet and eventually connects into this smaller spiral stairwell that will connect to the floors above. But this stairwell, and I'm gonna kind of drag, I guess, people there. Put you all on a little for. I guess I really didn't need to bring strike here, but have it. The stairwell is the only real entrance in or out without going through some sort of drainage system that only like a really tiny creature could squeeze through, of the prison floor. And it's very packed, dark, and there's a mixture of guards throughout the day in a 24-hour span from the different houses. Each of the 13 houses are required to help facilitate the guarding of what goes on within the city, even though it's kind of like a big joke. But nonetheless, that's the thing that's random. That thing that you won't be able to experience, won't be able to predict, the Cotton knows for sure, is the guards when they were there might not be the same guards of like these couple drow and whatnot. It might be completely different of who's there and what kind of things and abilities they had to do. It's kind of like instead of jury, there's like you're tokened as a citizen to be a guard here in like a random draw kind of thing. Is sort of how it works. And then it's just there's a couple layers of the prison here. There's kind of the main. When they came in, they were just kind of really staying to the center part because they had someone back here they were kind of involved with, which is their main interrogation kind of chamber back this way. And then the rest of it is just different cells. Some of them are very tiny. Some of them are propped up. So it just take the time to kind of run through and kind of like see and not run into a guard along the way. So you guys can move around more if you want, but the thing that the only thing I'm really gonna change map wise is like what kind of guards will be here. But there's usually only like a half dozen guards. There's usually not more, from what Cotton knows, inside here. That just kind of patrol and sit around and watch the miserableness. And then once a week, the stage courts are in session for a 24-hour period, and they bring up people, and based upon whatever they're charged in, make them go through the stage and perform for whatever weird thing. I picture it like grandiose Greek, like punishments, like you spoke out of turn, you get your tongue squeezed by a crab until it bleeds or something. I don't know. Like they do weird shit and like people just watch it for entertainment more than like the actual judgment of it. And it's usually like you get sent here It's usually for something that was a spectacle. It's usually something that drawed a lot of eyes, so they could use it as part of the spectacle. If it's something that's a crime that's hidden, you're usually not brought to the stage courts. It's usually handled, if it's ever found out about, within the houses. They kind of take care of their own stuff and or in the moment, like chop off someone's hand or something if they're stealing, and just take care of it then and there, rather than go through the paperwork that this requires.
Is this run by a specific house, or is it just like independent?
It's run. The first house started it. But they do not. It's established in the laws that it's kind of the one of the only things that all 13 houses kind of participate in. Some of them throw a lot of money at it to keep going. Like, it's definitely something the 12th house is invested strongly into. The 9th house has invested strongly into. For other reasons. The 9th, 10th, and 12th house are usually, they provide a lot of the guards for here. It's well known to that. So just because they profit in some ways from the bodies.
And is there different uniforms to signify like ranking within the guard, or are they just all the same?
Yeah, there will be different uniforms. They've usually, the guards here, it's more like they're it's the representation of the house. Like, they'll have something for the house that they're here to serve.
Yeah.
Because it's part of proving the house's service to the city is doing this. Even though it's become something very twisted in the last century. So, I got this idea from the thing, but there's also this book I read of a feudal society that like tortured people, and I was like, well, it kind of makes sense for a city that butchers a giant beast to live off of it. So they just do fucked up shit to people. One of the reasons why, Talaria asked for heroes, but that's another story for another.
So what does this person look like?
He is a dwarf. First and foremost, and then she would, young dwarf, younger, I guess I should say, bald. His mustache is white, but his beard is dark, dark charcoal, black gray. They probably have taken his armor off of him, but he does have this plate armor that's very fancy, as she says. Very, very strong. He's a fighter class, more or less. And yeah, not much more than she knows other than that. Like, she's obviously, I don't know, she would probably say he has a bunch of scars on his cap and whatnot. This guy's been through a ringer. And then there's weird tattoos. Maybe that's why they took him. That he has on him. She's never asked about him, but she's seen him on his back when he was changing. That's her only supposition of why they would take him, other than he's a foreigner. Is that maybe they saw something about the tattoos that she didn't know. I don't know. And he's a very good smith, so maybe they want to use him for his skills, she suggests. So.
Right, Cotton. I reckon I could probably do this by myself. As long as you can draw me a map. And maybe do a little task for me beforehand.
What do you mean?
I'll need a key into the place if you could swipe one from a guard.
Key. Well, what do you plan on doing? Because getting into this prison is pretty easy. Getting out is the hard part, I would say.
Getting out will be just as easy as getting in.
No, it won't be.
Yeah, I can guarantee it will be for me.
Well, what's your fucking plan then? Enlighten me.
My plan is to pretend to be a guard, get in there, find the person in the bottom, manage to convince him that I am who I say I am, and then teleport us out.
Good plan. Can't you just teleport us into the prison?
That might
then
be a
we can-
bad idea.
Hmm?
That might be a bad idea. We don't want to raise any alarms, and I imagine with the prison, if we teleport in, we'll be swarming with guards in a couple seconds.
I mean, there weren't that many guards. If we teleport in and teleport out, how long does it take to cast a spell like that?
Not very long, but I can only carry myself and another person with it, so
Let's see. I could try. I mean, they could definitely swipe a key. The thing is, we don't know who, like, this prison. The guard last time it was guarded by drows and Canaans, and the question is whether they would actually believe you, like if you actually belong to the house.
I got
I
ways to make myself look like a different house.
You can by magic, right?
Indeed.
Uh,
And I'm a very convincing person as well.
Well, I'm partly convinced. Let me think for a second. And she kind of looks at the map again. Yes, last time getting out was a matter of pure luck. I mean, I hadn't planned on anything because I hadn't planned on going into the prison for the first place, but I suppose teleporting out of the prison could work if they don't have some kind of block. I'd imagine they must have that, right? Because how would they imprison wizards? They didn't.
I'd imagine that they've had ways of it, like binding their hands, gagging their mouth.
It's true, but I mean, couldn't they still cast magic somehow? I don't know much about the arcane.
Well, if they're people like me, they can, but that's pretty rare.
Hmm.
Not many magic casters are like me.
Well, couldn't you just... Can you open locks with your magic?
I don't need to. I can really open locks by myself.
Then why do I need to swipe a key?
Well, it'd
I
be
would
more
rather...
convincing if I could use a key to open the door to where I'm wanting to be. That way there's no suspicion.
It's true, but you could make it look like you're using a key while casting the spell, or like using a I don't know the word in English.
Well, I don't have magic like that.
Well, if we broke into the Dietrich Lübeck, no. Into the prison. Lockpick, yeah, obviously. Sorry.
Like I said, I just need to be able to touch hold hands with the guy, and then we're out.
I see. Well, that seems like a good idea. I just
You
have
can
to
give me that
see.
key, and I'm sure Mel can make a commotion enough to distract some of the guards.
Mel, what do you think?
It sounds like a lot of overthinking to me. If Such can teleport in and out, and we know where the guy is, why not just teleport into the cell, grab him, teleport out?
Yes, I think so. But I mean, maybe he's right. Maybe gods will swarm him, but I think...
How would they know? If you're teleporting directly into the cell, and what? How long will you be there? 10 seconds?
Yes, we
Yeah,
should...
but we don't know where he is though. Which specific cell he's in?
Well, that's where the reconnaissance comes into play. We need to figure that out. Then it'll be seamless once we know all the facts.
Well, if you can give me those facts, then it'll be a lot quicker. That's for sure.
Exactly. So we can find someone to talk to. I may be able to figure out something once we have that information. We can do this a lot quicker and a lot easier.
Well then, let's do it that way.
I think that would be the safest option.
And Seth muted again. Or is he?
Sorry, someone
Hello.
called. Okay. I heard most of that though. Yes. Okay. So Mel's going to try to figure out what cell he's in.
Yes.
Where? How?
You said that one of the main sponsors of the prison was the Ninth House, right?
Yes.
So could I try and talk to contacts to see if I can figure something out?
Okay. You. Well. Like
You'd like a what? Sorry.
Brain was like ninth house. Sorry, my brain got distracted. I was like, oh shit, who are you gonna talk to? Okay, ninth house. You either need to go talk to Phineas or someone above him to get that situation rolling. The way to get this handled the quickest would be to kind of go to the direct to the horse's mouth, I guess, so to speak, and talk to the binder lord of the ninth house, and see if you can convince him of the urgency of this. Like he would have the direct sway of that. Phineas and the part of the house he's involved with, which is the house that is most strongly interested with what goes on with the research of how they use the people from the prisons. Could potentially also get you like a connection to one of the guards, but like it depends on how official you want to make this, like how big of a deal you want to make this.
I want to make it more under the table rather than just going to the binder lord and being like, "Hey, let me get this guy out of prison."
What? Okay. All right, I guess that makes sense. I was like, oh, a binder lord, that'd be fun. All right, well,
Mel's trying to maintain some level of ambiguity.
Phineas is one of the highest ranking members in the house. He You saw him at the Herald's Tavern, so I imagine you guys are nearby there. So he's I think it'd be funny based upon what kind of happened earlier, which you didn't know about because you were disguised. But he um as you come up, that look and that vibe on Mel of like, so now you decide to show yourself. You know, like when you want something.
Yeah.
You get the impression he's been sort of looking for you to kind of figure out what the fuck happened yesterday. Like he knows Altapard died, I guess, but he's curious as to the actual um steps of it, I guess, that you were involved in. As the contact that kind of helps set those things up. And then like how the lady that you guys were like trying to help is just all of a sudden dead. Um that's obviously something in the back of your mind that you know he's concerned about. Um he does not like the 12th house, and what the lady was doing was beneficial to his aims with the 12th house. So he would probably invite you, whoever you or whoever's with you, to sit at the table, and then before I get too distracted, jump back to Eros. So she leads you through another doorway this way and opens a door, brings you into this room here, and there's she realizes that you're in the complete dark and it goes over to the center table and uses a light spell basically to like ignite the um webbing there, I guess. And there's a couple beds around the room. You're pretty sure one of them is in use by someone just by what's kind of adorned around it. So you'll have a roommate if you're staying here tonight. But nonetheless, she's like, make yourself at home. I must go check in on the matron and make sure she's ready for your arrival. Her impatience, I don't think, is always ready for her as she thinks it is. She says that with kind of a smile and then walks out of the room and goes upstairs and kind of leaves you to your lonesome. Do you do anything? While you wait for her?
I cast sending to technically I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Oh, that's what I was trying to click. I cast sending on Roxana.
Are you safe? The drow didn't hurt you, did they?
Took you long enough. I'm safe, I think. I don't know where I am exactly, but I know I'm down underground. They say I'm to test something for them. I don't know exactly what that means, so sounds exciting.
I will. Yeah, I will use my last spell slot to cast it again.
I will make sure that I get you out by tonight. I'm here on other business, but don't worry too much.
don't trust the matron. I don't know what she really wants, but I know it's not good. Thank you. I will be fine. Now knowing sense of hope in her tone, I guess you get. That's the best, but the cuts off.
Mhm. And with the, because I know there were some other aspects to the outfit based off of the material.
Oh yeah.
What were they? Because it wasn't. It's not armor, but I think it's something to do with stealth.
Hey, I gotta go. I got to go to sleep. It is very late for me.
We were just, for sure. We're just about to wrap up, but sure.
All good. I'll give my inspiration to Cotton for the elaborate scheme.
Oh yeah.
And I got 3 inspiration dice left. Or 3 inspiration left.
Okay. Sleep well.
Have a
Good
good
night,
night.
y'all.
Much love.
Good night.
Sleep.
Okay, it was Shadow Silk. That gives you +3 to stealth checks in lightly obscured areas, which is most places. And it was also made with hide from a dragon. I
Yes.
remember? Uh,
Bit of
I can't remember.
bronze.
It was a bronze dragon. That's right. So you have it also gives you lightning damage reduction by 3. So it's not resistance exactly. So like any lightning damage you take, you immediately take 3 away before any other things are accounted for. So it kind of has this bronzy like scales that have adorned it at accent points, I imagine. And then the silk itself is a very dark, kind of ethereal gray color, gray-black color. Sure. It's kind of semi-transparent, it seems, which kind of aids in the obscured light. So Eros is going to be greeted soon by the matron, but considering the time, I have an appointment I gotta get to in like 30 minutes. For stuff. We'll probably just end here, and then we'll need to figure out. I'll need to figure out the steps of all of the drowness. I found this map is really cool. I can't wait for you to explore the map. I think it's a really cool map. And then the rest of you either figure out how we join up back together, or and prison heist, I guess. Plus potential vault heist, I guess.